It is now 5:30, and I will call the August 5th, 2025 Hutchinson City Council meeting to order. Please call roll.
Richardson.
Here.
Garza.
Here.
Fast.
Here.
Maggers.
Here.
Goss.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have Pastor Craig here to lead us in prayer. Maybe not. You in the back row? You want to come out of retirement?
Put me on the spot.
You can say no, and we'll make Paul do it.
Is everybody ready to pray? Dear Heavenly and most gracious Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you, Father God, for our government. We just thank you, Lord God, for all the people that's within this city. But Father, we just thank you for the plan and purpose that you have for each and every person. And Father, that we have to do our part to become a great and wonderful city. I thank you for this day as blessed. I thank you, Lord God, for the council members and the leadership in this organization. And I just thank you, Father God, for so many things. And thank you for this service tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 4, we have no proclamations. Item number 5, petitions, remonstrances, and oral communications from the audience.
Thank you. This is the part of the show for oral communications from the audience. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to items not on the agenda. Audience members may address items on the agenda when the item is discussed by council. Is there anyone here to speak in public comment? Please approach the podium. And state your name.
I'm
please.
Nancy Thomas. I live at 1815 Harrison. I've been there 28 years. I have a neighbor that bought the little place next to me, and he immediately started bringing in pallets. He's got 2 stacks of pallets that range probably 15 to 18 feet high. He's got a 6-foot stack of old wood fence sections that he has told me he's going to put up. He has an electric fence around his apple tree, and he has, up until 2 months ago, he had an outhouse that sits right outside my fence line. When he started doing all this stuff, a year later, I had to have my house Centricon put in because now I have termites to deal with. I have called and complained, and code comes out, he does a little bit, it's done. They don't remove any of that. I've asked him to remove it, and we talked last night about the outhouse building, and he said, well, that's not my priority. I need to get my house done first. And I said, you told me 2 years ago it was gone. And my complaint is he's not cleaning up his place. And I know that electric fences are illegal in the city. You know, whether it's hot or not, I do not know. So, and I know you guys are busy, so, you know, I would just like to see something done because I've been dealing with it now he's owned the place since 19. And he doesn't get it cleaned up. So, I mean, he mows, he keeps his yard mowed, but all the other stuff, I've seen rats, I've seen possums, I've seen mice come out of these stacks of lumber and stuff. And I don't think that's healthy for the neighborhood. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. And I'm familiar with that property, and it needs some attention. And I don't know if he's just getting by with enough or what, but it's not good. So we can take a look at it.
What was the address again? 1858
It'd be
Harrison?
1817.
801 West 19th.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Is there anybody else here to speak in public comment? Seeing none, next item, please.
Item number 6, consent agenda.
Any questions from council on the consent agenda?
I read over it, and I don't have any questions.
Looking for a motion.
I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second that.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Item number 7, public hearing to consider condemnation of unsafe and dangerous structures.
I'll move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Good evening, council. Jason Lady, building official. So, I'm going to go through a few things before we get started on the public hearing for the commercial structures. I'm going to go through the recommendation first from staff, and then we're going to go into the background, and then we do have a couple other things that we want to talk about as far as ex parte communications, condemnation procedures, abstaining from any of the vote as a city council member, bonding requirements, and then properties with delinquent taxes. So we'll go through over these things first before we get into the actual condemnation proceedings. And some of the reason we want to go over these things first is we have been talking about our process within the code compliance section. And you guys know that I think on February 4th, we sent you a letter what the process would be for the 2025 condemnation process, but I'm in the midst of putting together a further memo that's going to go out to staff and Enrico and Matt, and then to you all as a city council member on what our overall process is going to look like. And so I think that's some things we want to work through and make sure that we're getting the process 100% correct, and then as we come to these proceedings, that we have the process 100% correct, and that everybody gets their due process in this, and that things are just working right as a city as a whole. So we'll go over the recommendation first. So staff recommendation is that the city council consider adopting resolutions establishing orders for repair or demolition of the structures deemed unsafe and dangerous by the city building official at the following locations. Those locations are 401 South Main Street, 405 South Main Street, and these are in no particular order as far as the condemnation process. I do want to say that we put these in a particular order for tonight for discussion is the order that we put these in. So 401 South Main Street, 405 South Main Street, 806 North Plum Street, 22 West 5th, 2011 East 4th, 2100 North Jackson, 3001 East 4th, 1321 East 4th, 1221 East 4th, and then 411 South Main Street. And the reason for this is each structure has been listed here tonight has been determined through the inspection and code enforcement process to present significant health, safety, or structural hazards and remains a violation of applicable city codes. Formal adoption of these resolutions will authorize the city to move forward with further enforcement actions, including demolition as necessary. So the background is that on June 17, 2025, the City Council approved and adopted Resolution 2025 R17, setting a public hearing for today, August 5th, 2025. The purpose of this hearing is to consider evidence presented by city staff regarding the condition of certain structures as identified above, and the justification for declaring these structures as unsafe and dangerous. The structures in question have been subject to ongoing property maintenance issues, including but not limited to structural deterioration, roof or wall instability, open or unsecured access points, and code violations related to health, safety, and habitability. Inspections of these properties were conducted by the Building and Neighborhood Services Department. Next thing we'll go into is ex parte communications and why they're both important and problematic. So some of the things we want to talk about is just the due process requirements. And this is really the property owners have the legal right to be heard and respond to all evidence presented. There's also those private conversations that happen and with city council members or members of whatever. But as city council members, you have those private conversations, and sometimes that can affect it really denies other parties the opportunity to be able to respond instead of responding, in environments like this. It gives opportunity to respond outside of those environments. Risk or bias or perceived biases. So conversations may appear to be favored one-sided when you have those private conversations, whether that's the property owner, a neighbor that you're having the conversation with, or staff. This can lead to claims of bias or unfairness, possibly invalidating the city's decision if challenged. And then there's those potential legal challenges. Courts can overturn if it shows that the decisions were influenced by undisclosed communications. Examples would be a property owner calls a council member before a hearing to explain why their building isn't dangerous. Neighbor emails a council member pictures of the property and asks them to vote in a certain way. Council member tours the property privately and the owner or staff before the hearing without disclosing it. So the proper process that I outlined in your I outlined these in the staff report, would be to politely decline engagement, disclose things at the public hearing. If the conversation occurred before realizing it was improper, publicly state the nature of the content of the communication during the hearing, allow staff and other parties to respond to the information on record, refer all communications to staff is the third one. Encourage constituents or property owners to submit comments or documents through official channels to include in the hearing records. The more we have in the hearing records, I feel like it's a more valid and hearing that if it's going through staff and as staff we're having the open communication with the property owner, and I think that leaves the council out of it to make kind of that fair and balanced decision in everything that's being presented at a hearing, at an open hearing. And then avoid independent investigation. Council members should not visit properties independently or gather facts of their own unless the visits are coordinated, noticed, documented as part of the formal process. Next, I want to talk about the condemnation proceedings. So, proceeding with condemnation once a building has been deemed unsafe is essential to ensure safety of the public, uphold code enforcement responsibilities, prevent ongoing deterioration or nuisance conditions, and provide legal authority for the city to require correction or demolition of the structure. Condemnation does not mean that the building is to be demolished. It is simply an order by the city council which mandates the owner to repair or demolish the structure that is not in compliance with local building, property maintenance, or other applicable adopted codes and ordinances. So up here we talk about some deteriorating or unsafe buildings contribute to blight, reduce property values, criminal activities, trespassing, vandalism, squatting, public nuisance conditions. Some other key points would be that structures degrade over time, delaying actions increase cost and risk both to the city and the surrounding properties. Condemnation allows timely intervention when the structure is still safely accessible for repair or removal. Unsafe structures can impose imminent threats such as structural collapse, falling debris, fire hazards, or exposure to hazardous materials as asbestos or lead. Continuing to allow occupancy or proximity of these to the public endangers lives of the public, and then first responders, and also can damage surrounding properties. condemnation resolution ensures that the code violations follow the property and not just the owner. This prevents flipping to uninformed buyers or passing along liabilities without disclosure or remedy. The next subject I'd like to go over is abstaining from any votes on any of these hearings and the proceedings. A city council member is required to abstain from voting in certain circumstances where the conflict interest exists under KSA 174758, 4304, or 4305B. So a lot of these really pertain to financial, personal interest, or demonstrated bias to a certain matter. Beyond these statutory provisions, a council member may be disqualified from voting when they have personal interest or demonstrated bias related to a matter under consideration. However, there is no statutory provision in the state of Kansas which requires a member who is present to vote, nor has any Kansas court recognized the common law duty to vote. In the absence of such authority, it has been concluded by the Office of the Attorney General that a city council member may abstain from voting on any particular matter. Pursuant to Hutchinson City Code Section 209C, an abstention shall not be counted as an affirmative vote. So there was a determination by the state attorney general, I think back in 1980, that by abstaining from a vote without due cause would allow that vote to go towards the majority of the vote. But we have it written into our code to alleviate that. Should any city council member choose to abstain from voting on any condemnation resolution, staff would also request that the member also refrain from the discussion during the course of the presentation or any further discussion of said property. Bonding requirements. Staff has provided an estimated demolition cost on each one of these properties, which is the expectation that the property owner will be the reason for securing the bond to cover the demolition expenses in the event the city proceeds with demolition of the building. This bond may be provided in the form of a cash bond, letter of credit, or other reasonable financial instrument acceptable to the city. The bond must be submitted by the next hearing update, which staff recommends be scheduled in 60 days. All bonding requirements and amounts will be set by the officer in charge and communicated to the property owners within 14 days of this hearing. And then lastly, there's matter of properties with delinquent taxes. So properties with any delinquent taxes that may be going to the tax sale or anything like that in 2025, 2026, staff would recommend that proceeding with these condemnation resolutions without looking at these, that if they went to another property owner, what's the other property owner going to do with them? And the reason for that is because the violations still go with the property. And with the violations still going with the property, that holds accountability to the new property owner, knowing that these violations are already attached to this property. They're buying it. And so if we proceed with the condemnation resolution, order to repair or demo, then that's already attached to the property as it is. So if there is an ownership change, the existing violations will continue on with the property in the change of ownership. To get started tonight, this is 401 South Main. It's a 7,500 square foot, 3-story structure. It's a business mercantile structure. There is partial roof and significant exterior degradation. There's been 3 cases on this, 8 inspections since 2019, and an emergency response of 15, and fire has had none. So the structures at 401 and 405, and I'll jump over to 405 real quick too, and we'll go through that real quick, and then we'll skip back. So 405 South Main, owned by the same owners. This is a 4,500 square foot, one-story building. It's a former business or mercantile. There's been 4 cases, 9 inspections on this since 2019. Emergency responses is 0. The taxes are current. The bonding on this is a proposed $289,000. And then when we go back to this one, the bonding on this one was $289,000 as a whole for both of these buildings. That's why it's only on the 405 main, because we put both of these buildings together here tonight. So the structure at 401 South Main exhibits significant structural degradation, including a partial roof failure. There are some portions of the roof which are exposed, making it not watertight. I don't know the condition of the interior because I've never been on the interior of this facility to see if there is any issues with that roof. There is waving exterior walls. There is spalling, fracturing, and falling brick. Additional property maintenance violations include damaged doors, broken or missing windows, deteriorated facade elements. Due to the safety concerns, staff has not accessed the interior of the building. However, it is believed that there are further violations, or that further violations may exist inside the structure. And then the structure at 405 South Main Street shares similar concerns, including deteriorated eaves and soffits, damaged facade components, damaged doors, boarded windows. Both buildings fail to meet the watertight standards, contributing to an accelerated deterioration. On July 25th, 2005, staff met with the property owners to discuss the current conditions of these buildings, inquire about any plans for future use, outline the condemnation process. Staff also informed the owners of a facade improvement program anticipated to launch in 2026. While this program may offer future financial assistance, it does not resolve the immediate concerns regarding the safety and habitability of this structure as it stands today. I did say that they were updated on the current property taxes. Bonding is $289,000, and staff's recommendation for 401 and 405 South Main is that the City Council would approve the resolution declaring 401 and 405 South Main as unsafe and dangerous, to order the repair or demolition within 60 days, subject to the required bond in accordance with the procedures as outlined in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the City of Hutchinson's Code. Now, I would ask the council at this time, do we want to go through all these buildings? Do we want to separate these and have public hearing as we go through each one of these?
Public hearing being,
Opening it up for public hearing for the owners to speak. In this case, the Gumbles for 401 and 405 South Main, or.
oh, hold on, I'm just looking at the agenda.
And the resolutions are all separate.
Right, so you're asking, like, should you go through the rest of your presentations and then we would have the owners speak when we talk about the resolutions? Or
No,
are you saying would we just have everybody speak right now?
Do we want the owners to speak after each presentation of each building? Or do we want the owners to speak after the entire presentation of all the buildings?
I feel like having the owners speak after the presentation that applies to them makes the most sense, so
Yes.
everything's nice and tidy in our minds.
Okay.
Does council agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know. I think, don't you think if we let them speak right now after they get done talking, I mean, it's fresh in our minds. I don't know. I think in my mind, it's better for them to speak after their buildings up there. Otherwise, we're going to go all the way to the end. That's just my thought. But if we want to wait all the way to the end, we might miss something with every owner, So at the end of if he goes through everything And then we just take them as a group, or what? I mean, or we take individual?
No, what we essentially said the same thing, just different ways. So I said, do we want to have them speak after their part of the presentation? And they both said yes, audibly. You said yes, John said that's fine. I think that makes sense, Mr. Lady.
Yes, I sure do.
So we're gonna have them speak after we get done with everybody,
Right, so right now, we'll hear from the owners, because it's the same owners for both 401 and 405.
After I present each building,
Right.
then the property owners would
Okay.
speak at that point.
How about, yeah.
And so, and just to run through this real quick before I have the property owners come up here. So I just took a couple extra pictures of the building, just to give you an idea of what this structure looks like. You can see the deterioration of the brick through all over the course of the building. There's a pile of brick which has fallen off this wall up here. There's a bunch of brick in the back. This is kind of a loading dock, but you can see the deterioration there. I have another picture which you can see some deterioration of the foundation. You can see the boarded up windows on the side of this building. This one you can take a look at, and you can see what I'm talking about with the waving walls. If you look at this wall, you can see the center of that wall, and what that tells me on the inside is that there's some structural issues on the inside of the building that would cause that waving wall to be that way, and that would tell me that could be a potential for collapse. Not saying that's a definite thing, just saying that's a sign. There is boarded up windows, boarded up doors. Could see that pretty extensively throughout the course of this. Here's the cracks in the foundation, and this is just one example. This is the other side of that building, and again, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but you can see it out there on site really well of how this wall waves out and then back in as it goes through the course of the building. So at this time, I'll turn it over for public hearing if you don't have any, or I'll stand for any questions. If you have any for me, I
Does council have any
apologize.
questions for Jason, Lady, or for staff?
No, not at this time, I don't.
Okay.
Would the owners or owner's representative like to address the council? Please come to the podium. If you have handouts, please give them to Mary.
Pardon me.
Please give your handouts to the clerk.
Oh, these are for my.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. My name is Ed Robinson. I'm an attorney. I represent the Gumbles.
Ed, can you spell your last name?
Yes, it's Ed, E-D. My last name is Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N.
Okay, thank
And I'm
you.
an attorney with Robinson Law Firm in Wichita, Kansas.
Will you be speaking to both properties at the same
Yes.
time, or, okay?
Yes, I'm going to address them together. As I understand the allegations that the city has against these two buildings and the Gumbles is that there are violations of significant health and safety hazards. Those were some words that I heard Mr. Lady speak of. The Gumbles are a little bit confused why their properties are even up for consideration. I want to give you a little bit of a chronology that I think will help you understand where their confusion is coming from. There is, in this PowerPoint, a listing of inspections, or it just says a number of inspections that have happened on these properties. I want to focus on this year, because as of 2025, there had not been any allegation, at least any allegation communicated to the Gumbles, that either of these buildings were in violation of any maintenance, building, safety, health code from the city of Hutchinson. Nothing. if you go forward to February 13th, they did receive a notice to abate. There was a notice to abate for 401 South Main, and there was a notice to abate for 405 South Main. For both of those, it said that bricks needed to be removed. And those were bricks that were in the back. The Gumballs removed those bricks, and the remaining bricks that you see in the photos are bricks that they were specifically told by the City of Hutchinson code compliance they could leave there. So as of February 13th, 2025, or February 2025, they are back in compliance, at least in terms of what has actually been communicated to them by the City of Hutchinson. So skip forward to May 6th of 2025. This body adopts a resolution, which has led us to this hearing, saying that 401 South Main and 405 South Main should potentially be condemned and possibly be demolished. As of May 6, 2025, the Gumballs had not been informed that either of these buildings were in violation of any City of Hutchinson code. No health code, no building code, no maintenance code, nothing. They found out about this resolution through the grapevine, and as of June 15th, when this body was going to meet on the resolution, there still had not been any allegations communicated to the Gumballs of any code violations. Now, that hearing didn't happen. It got rescheduled to today. On July 25th, 2025, the Gumballs met with Mr. Lady, who just spoke. Mr. Lady did not identify a single section or provision of the City of Hutchinson's building code, safety code, any health code, anything that these buildings were in violation of. They specifically asked him, how are our buildings failing to meet code? Mr. Lady did not identify any code. I heard about the meeting that the Gumballs had after they got done, and I sent an email to the Hutchinson City Attorney. And I asked, would you please tell us in what way the Gumballs buildings are failing to meet the City of Hutchinson's code? In fact, I stated, and I quote, to be clear, the Gumballs intend to make their buildings comply with all applicable code requirements. But to do so, they need to understand the city's position. I ask that you provide that position as soon as you can. Otherwise, the upcoming council meeting will be nothing more than a public shaming of the Gumballs and other property owners on the city's list. I received no response to that request. So skip forward to yesterday. All of a sudden, the Gumballs are emailed 2 violations, 2 documents from the City of Hutchinson saying, now your buildings are in violation of all these building codes. And for 401 South Main, it lists section 304.1.1, 304.13, 304.13.1, and 304.2, 304.4, and it goes on. But this document, which is case number 25-003814, does not provide the Gumballs any detail. It cites the code, but underneath the code it says narrative, and the narrative is blank. It doesn't tell them in any way how these buildings are failing to comply with these code sections. So even though they've asked over and over and over, and although they finally got something from the city yesterday.
Yeah, that was today at 1:35.
Oh, I'm sorry, today at 1:35. It was dated August 4th, but they actually got them this afternoon. So 401 South Main has case number 25-003814. 405 South Main is case number 25-003815. They both provide various citations or just references to the code sections, but under each one where it says narrative, it's completely blank. So as I stand here today, and as this body considers whether to condemn these buildings or adopt a resolution saying that these buildings should be condemned and potentially demolished, the Gumbles don't know from the city in what ways the city thinks that these buildings are failing to comply with code. They don't know. Now, if you look at the buildings, there are some boards over windows. As far as I can tell, that doesn't violate any building code. These buildings, at least the one on 401 South Main, is an older brick building, and it has some bricks that are loose. As far as I can tell, at least from what's been described, that doesn't violate any building code. What it comes down to is, apparently, the city of Hutchinson's code enforcement department doesn't like the way these buildings look, and nothing more. Because in their presentation to you, they didn't identify any ways in which these buildings are failing to meet the building code. They didn't say in what ways these buildings are posing any significant health or safety hazard. All they did was show pictures of the building, say how many inspections have happened since 2019, and say, based on this information, you, as a governing body, should embark on a process that can result in these buildings being torn down and a bill being sent to the Gumbles for the cost of that demolition. But you have two property owners who, over the course of several months, have been asking, please tell us in what way our buildings are not meeting your objective standards, your adopted codes. Tell us so we can make the necessary repairs. And every time when they've asked for that information, the response has been silence. I hope that is not how this body operates. I would hope that if you're going to condemn someone's building and embark on a process that may result in that building being involuntarily demolished, you would, at minimum, tell that property owner, this is how your building is failing to meet our objective code expectations. And we will give you some amount of time to make those objectively necessary repairs. If you're not willing to do that, then the Gumbles aren't going to receive any due process. All you're going to say is, well, we really don't like the way these buildings look, so we're going to tear them down and send you a bill. That is not how the process of condemning and demolishing a building works. If this body wants to do this, if it wants to embark on this process at a minimum, it needs to be able to identify with code and facts how these buildings are not meeting requirements. Otherwise, this is going to be a completely arbitrary exercise of depriving these property owners of their property rights. So I ask again, since we've asked the city attorney, we've asked code enforcement, I'll now ask you. Tell the Gumballs, tell me, so I can tell the Gumballs, how these buildings are not meeting code, so they can fix these buildings and bring them to code. And if you're not willing to do that, again, you're just making a decision that you don't like the way these buildings look, and for no other reason beyond that, you're going to have them torn down. I encourage you not to take that path. Thank you.
Can we ask you a couple questions, Mr. Robinson?
Of course.
Do you have email chains from the Gumballs to city staff that can show that they've asked for clarification on the code violations, or phone call logs, or?
I'm sure I can produce them. I am going on the representations of my clients, that they have made those phone calls, that they have sent those emails. If you would like those phone call logs or those records, I'd be happy to provide it to you. I can tell you that I had sent a letter to the city attorney in June on this matter and did not get any detail of any specific code violations.
Do you have a copy of the letter?
Yes, I'd be happy to provide you one. I don't have a paper copy. I can tell you that the Gumballs met with Jason Lady in person for an hour and a half on July 25th. So I don't know if they have any contemporaneous notes. I have an email that I sent the city attorney. I have that available on my computer. I'm happy to show that to you now if you'd like to see it.
I have the first letter that you sent to him regarding resolution, but I don't have that one for now.
Okay. But if there are other records that you would like to see, I'd be happy to get you those. But I have, and to my knowledge, the only notices to abate or the only alleged violations that exist with respect to these buildings are the notices to abate that were issued on February 13th, 2025. Both of those were dealt with, and after that, there have been no official notices from the city of any code violations with respect to these buildings until the Gumballs received them by email at about 1:30 this afternoon.
So state law is that we put a legal notice in the newspaper, right, Mr. Brown? We put a legal notice in the newspaper for this,
For the notice of the hearing.
for the notice of the hearing. And does it have any additional details about the content of the hearing? I remember reading it, but not.
Times.
Okay. And when did that legal notice get published?
I'm not going to have that.
But it was weeks ago, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe the first legal notice was published around May 16th. In terms of providing legal notice of this hearing, there are two requirements. One is that it has to be published in the paper of record. Mm-hmm. That was done the first time. But the second requirement is that a notice is sent by certified mail to the Gumballs of the hearing. For the first time this hearing was scheduled, no notice of any kind was mailed to the Gumballs in any fashion whatsoever. Not certified mail, not regular mail, nothing. And I brought that to the city's attention, and I think they realized that they hadn't sent out notices to any of the property owners, which is why that particular hearing got canceled and it got moved to this date. But in terms of actual notices from the city to the Gumballs saying, this is what's wrong with your buildings, the only ones that have happened were February 2025, which those issues were dealt with, and the second one is the one that they received literally this afternoon. And that one, again, does not say how the buildings are violating any code provisions. It just says ordinance number this section. So the Gumballs have no way of all the Gumballs can do right now is guess.
So in our packet, which was published on the city website, I believe Thursday, we have an entire page. Hold on, let me get a page number. They don't have page numbers. Have you read the packet? What's in the packet?
No. I've read the notices that the city of Hutchinson has sent to the Gumballs as to how these buildings are failing to meet code.
Do you know what utilities are turned on at the buildings?
I don't. I know that those buildings are used for storage. They're used for storage for the Gumballs retail business. So
Do they have utilities turned on?
We have electric turned on in 401, and that's it.
Well, we had it in 405 too, but it was all taken off.
It was stolen less than 6 weeks after we had it put in.
When was it stolen?
$7,000 years ago.
Years and years ago.
Do you have water at either location?
No.
Do you have a certificate of, are these required to have a certificate of occupancy? And sprinkler system and, sorry, this is a question for Mr. Lady.
That would be a determination of a design professional of what the building's used for. I mean, it's got furniture storage in it, so there's a square footage for furniture storage in the building code. At the time that the Gumballs took over these buildings, in the July 25th meeting you expressed to me like 20 years ago, approximately 20 years ago, so I'd have to look at what the code provisions were when they took over the buildings, and we'd have to look at the existing building code. So I definitely wouldn't be able to answer that tonight, but that'd really be to answer some of those questions about the code violations. The code violations are just property maintenance code violations that are existing on the properties. It's really at the discretion of a design professional to go in and take a look at the building and the Gumballs to take care of their building, to go in and evaluate what is wrong with the building. We're identifying the things of the wavy walls and the falling brick and the facade, and you can see the deterioration under the brick of the CMU walls behind it. And the waviness in the wall, you could tell there's probably some structural issues in there. During the July 25th, Mr. Gumbel expressed to me something about a beam inside the building. I don't recall 100% what that is. I haven't been inside the building, so I couldn't tell you what the structural, analysis is of this building. That'd be a structural engineer that would go in and take a look at that. None of us here tonight are structural engineers, so we really couldn't say at this point. And the point of the condemnation process is to order the repair or demolishment to have that looked at by a structural engineer, by an architect, and determine what is needed, whether it be 20 years ago or whether it would be today, because we can use the existing building code for those purposes.
Looking at the Google Maps images, which are dated June 2025, I think they go to supplement the images that you had taken. You can see the falling bricks, the cracks in the foundation, broken windows, boards on some windows.
And during the meeting on July 25th, I mean, those things were expressed to the Gumbles of what we see physically wrong with the building. And again, I'm not a structural engineer to tell them everything code-related that, or an architect to tell them everything code-related that's wrong with the building. I'm not a design professional. It's not my responsibility as the code official or as a code enforcement officer to go out and tell anybody what's wrong with your building. The responsibility is to give you the property maintenance code and tell you what things need to be fixed in that. And then it's upon the building owner or the property owner to go out and seek the proper assistance from the architect or structural engineer or whatever the case may be to maintain their building through regular, and I don't know the condition of the building 20 years ago. The Gumbles did express to me what was wrong with the building 20 years ago, and some of these are very similar. But when you leave a building of this condition over the course of 20 years, it continues to deteriorate. I mean, it's just a fact of life.
Any additional remarks from council or questions for either Mr. Robinson or Mr. Lady?
May I respond to a couple of things that were said there?
Yep.
I think it would be a gross assumption for this body to make to assume that in the last 20 years, the Gumbles haven't done anything to maintain or repair these properties. I don't think that's the fact. That's not the facts. In addition, I think that it is a fallacy to assume that it is sufficient for this body or for code enforcement to merely cite code sections in the building code or safety code or whatever, not give the property owner any real notice of how you think the building is violating those codes, and then foist the responsibility onto the property owner to hire an architect or a structural engineer to try to decipher what the city may have had in mind when it cited a particular code. I mean, if I'm leaving here and going back home, and I'm going 45 and a 30, I'm going to get a ticket. And the ticket's going to say, you are going 45 and a 30. That's why you're in violation of our speeding code. It's not going to say, here is the code.
But it's also, you wouldn't be able to show up and be able to claim ignorance of the code or of the speed limit and say, I didn't know it was 30 and not 45, and say, oopsies, my bad, you can't give me a ticket.
But that's
So
not what we're
there
dealing
is-
with. What we're dealing
There is
with,
responsibility of every resident and every homeowner and every property owner in every town, to adhere to the code. And if you're not able to decipher the code on your own, you're not required to hire somebody to do it for you, but it may be best to do so.
well, but what's happened here is the city has provided the Gumbles no real notice of how the city thinks that these buildings aren't adhering to the code. In these notices, there is nothing in the narrative. It's literally blank. I wish I had copies of it to show you. I don't have paper copies.
This was the email on top, and the other ones are behind it.
You mind if I approach?
Can you hand it to Mary?
Oh, here you go.
Well, it seems to me that the ordinances are described here. The exterior of the structure shall be maintained in good repair, structurally sound, sanitary, so as to not pose a threat to the public health, safety, or welfare. That is one ordinance. And then the violation is windows, skylight, or door frames. And that is code number 30413. There's the next one. Every window, skylight, door frame should be kept in good condition, good repair, and weather tight. Violation, glazing. Description, 30413.1. I mean, that's pretty descriptive. It seems to me, I could probably figure that out.
So you think that by citing the code, that puts the Gumballs on notice of what the city expects the Gumballs to do with respect to each building, so that the city would then consider them within code? I mean, it says that they'll be kept in good condition. That is a fairly broad term. There must have been some factual basis for the city to believe that it's not in good condition. So perhaps, as a matter of due process, the city could inform the property owner and say, this is why we think your property is not in good condition.
I think that's why we're here today. We talked about the roof. We talked about the wavy wall. I mean, that's what we're doing, isn't it?
What you're doing is considering a resolution to condemn these buildings.
Actually, right now, we're just having a public hearing, and the resolution comes later.
Well, that is
There
part
are
of the
more than
process,
one-
though.
There is more than one way to abate an issue, and so it's not our responsibility as a city to tell you how to abate the issue. Like, if your grass is too tall, we don't care if you cut it with scissors or with a mower. The goal is that you cut the grass below the certain level. So with an abatement of a broken window, technically, under our current code, you can put up a board, and that is considered abated. However, the glazing and the paint and the bricks, other things listed here, roof drains, gutters, and downspouts shall be maintained. We shouldn't have to tell you exactly how to abate the issue. That's up to a property owner to decide.
I'll make sure that property owners know to get a transcript of this. Because what you're saying is that if a code says, keep it in good condition, what I'm hearing you say is, we're not going to tell you what good condition means to us. We're going to tell you we think it's not in good condition, and we're going to make you read our minds and just do things that you think might put it in good condition until we decide that it is in good condition. How is that due process? And this isn't merely a hearing on whether these buildings are code compliant or not code compliant. This is a hearing that's predicated on the idea that these buildings are so non-code compliant that the city should adopt a resolution that would allow it to demolish these buildings. But as of 1:30 this afternoon, or 1 o'clock this afternoon, the Gumballs hadn't been told a single code section that the city thought was being violated with respect to these buildings. You haven't given them even 4 hours to try to fix the buildings. Instead, you're skipping all the way to the process of tearing the building, being able to tear the buildings down and send them a bill. I think due process requires them to know what the city thinks needs to be done with these buildings, or at least why the city thinks that these buildings are not in compliance with the code.
Do you have these attachments that are referenced in this email?
The attachments are
These next two things with it?
whatever they are.
The notice of violation?
The two notice of violations are the attachments.
Okay.
And again, all the Gumballs have asked is, city, tell us how you think our buildings are violating the code so that we can look at that, and if it's not meeting the code, go and fix it. At least give them the opportunity to do that before you jump to the point of adopting a resolution that would allow you to tear their building down. Let them know what the problem is, give them an opportunity to fix it. And if they don't fix it, then maybe consider this. But you haven't even given them an opportunity to know what the city thinks is wrong.
Jason, I have a question for you. Do we have information that we'd sent out these notices prior to August 5th? Do we have a record of that?
No, these notices were
This
sent
is
out.
all.
Yes.
No,
These notices were sent out today.
The legal notices, yes.
The legal notices? Yes,
Yeah.
the legal notice of the hearing were sent out. So we had the hearing on June 17th. There was a notice in the paper on June 20th, and the notices for the hearing were sent out at that time.
I guess I'm referring to the violations.
To the
Did we send something out prior to August 4th
No.
to them? We did not?
No.
Okay.
We tried to have a meeting on May 13th, I do believe it was, and that meeting never happened. It was canceled by the Gumbles. And then we had the meeting on July 25th, which there, we expressed that we, just like I'm stating here tonight, we can't express to you every little code violation that's wrong with your building. The building is in disrepair, and to the comment that this meeting is predicated on demoing a building, that's not the case. I've said it in my opening remarks that this meeting is predicated on repairing a building or demoing a building, whatever that cause may be at the end of the day. But this meeting is predicated on the fact that we give them time to fix the building, and that's why the notice of violation was provided. So after the July 25th meeting, I told the Gumbles that we would provide it. So that it was provided today, should have been provided earlier. I don't disagree with that. But I don't think that it affects the process in any way of the hearing.
I know that I'm not supposed to say too much, but you know what?
Would it be possible for them to get her microphone?
There's a microphone.
There is a microphone. There it is.
Does this work?
It's on.
Is this working? During the meeting on the 25th of July, I point blank asked Jason Lady, point blank. I said, I have never done this before. I've never been in this position before, and I need to know what is exactly wrong with my building. And he told me and my husband and the other people that were in the room that what he was going to do was come to this meeting today and let everybody know what was wrong with our buildings. And then I had the right to talk to you to tell you what I planned on doing. I never received anything from him until today. He called me at 1:37, asked for my email. I gave him my email address on July 25th. And I had him repeat it back to me so we wouldn't have this little game playing. He repeated it back to me, and it was correct. And today he tells me that he didn't have it. It must be incorrect. I never received anything from the city on the violations with either one of these properties until today at 1:45 when it was emailed to me by Jason Lady. So there has been no communication. You'll find nothing but something that was sent in February and something that was sent today. And that's all I have to say.
So the case in February is still an open case. It's got some partial passes on it, but the brick that is in the back of the building is still there today. The bricks that are on the side of the building is still there today. I don't know the communication between my code enforcement officer and Miss Gumble, but that's,
15, 20 years ago. And I spoke to Debbie about those, and I told her that the city has never had an issue with it. We have dealt with it before, and it has never been a problem because we paid for those bricks. They've been there for over 15 years, and we've never had an issue with it. And Debbie said, fine. We called Debbie as soon as we received that in February. But not one notice has been sent to us from February until today at 1:45. And when I specifically asked him point blank what was wrong with my building, he said he would get back with me on July 25th. He said, Give me your email address, I will send it to you. And I got nothing until today at 1:45.
Jill, have you followed along with any of the hearings and conversations that we've had, well, all hearings and meetings that we've had about, like, the Bernard's property or the worm farm?
I don't follow much with the city anymore because I'm very uninterested.
Okay. So I think that the kind of the precedent that we've set is that even when we've passed a resolution to repair or demolish a building, there is an opportunity for an extension if you are actively working to abate the issues.
I have to know about the issues, Stacy.
No, I understand. And so what I'm getting at is if council doesn't think that you've been provided enough information or notice, that's one way we could move forward. The other is that if we do pass the resolution, it does still allow you to have time, not only time to find out and have inspections and more conversations. This isn't we're going to tear the building down in 60 days type of thing. It's we pass the resolution, it buys you time. You do some work, it buys you time. We have another hearing. I mean, that's what we went through with the Bernard's building for years, and the 3405 East 4th, the Worm Farm building, for 8 months, maybe, give or take. And I think the abatement looks different for every property, whether it's, the goal is owner abatement. We want you guys to make the repairs, and we're willing to work with you and have the fire marshal come and work with you. I can't say it's not going to require you to hire engineers or electricians or experts or a general contractor or anything like that, but I think you can admit that there is work to be done.
I would note that one of the functions of these resolutions, as Mr. Lady noted himself.
Can you go to the podium? Sorry,
Okay.
the meeting is live streamed, and if you
Sure.
don't speak in the microphone, nobody can hear you on the recording.
What I'm hearing you say is that passing a resolution that declares a building unsafe to the point that it potentially could be demolished in the future is functionally equivalent to a notice of abatement or a notice of code violation. But it's not. As Mr. Lady noted, part of the reason that these resolutions exist is that they pass on to the next owner. So if you declare these buildings unsafe, if the Gumballs were for some reason to decide to sell these buildings, now they have buildings that have been declared unsafe by the city. But you haven't told them why they're unsafe. You haven't told them a single aspect of of either building, how any of that violates any section of any code in the city of Hutchinson. So I understand that you could pass these resolutions and not necessarily skip to the nuclear option of tearing a building down. But what you're doing is you're making a public declaration as a corporate body that these buildings are unsafe. And if you're going to make that kind of finding, I would hope that it would be based on some kind of facts. I would hope that it would be based on some kind of objective determination that looks at the code and looks at the building and says, for these particular reasons, this aspect of this building fails to meet this particular code. But the Gumballs still haven't gotten that. All they've gotten is a list of code sections. And they don't know, from the city of Hutchinson's perspective, what is expected of them to bring these buildings in compliance with those particular codes. They have to guess. And they're going to have to keep guessing and doing more and maybe guessing right and maybe guessing wrong until someone at the city says, okay, now we think it's in good condition. How is that due process to them? Aren't they entitled to some notification from the city that says, this is what we think is wrong with your buildings. This is what we expect you to do. As of 1:45, they still haven't gotten that.
So,
And as I stand here today, I'm telling you, that's all they're asking for.
so you keep saying that the narrative is blank, which it is, but then there's an entire page and it goes on for the next 3 lines on the next page. Actually, I mean, there's 3 pages of document here that talks about very specific items as to what needs repaired or replaced and why this would be unsafe. Exterior walls that are not anchored to supporting and supported elements, or are not plumb and free of holes, cracks, or breaks, and loose or rotting materials, are not properly anchored, or are not capable of supporting all nominal loads and resisting all load effects. These are things that we don't have to tell you how to fix. That's on you. Have like I said, there's more than one way to abate an issue. I get that this was just sent today, but I think there's some ownership required when you have a legal notice about your property that you received weeks ago, and you have a meeting with staff. I mean,
What should the Gumbles have done more than what they already did? They received a notice that there was going to be a hearing about their buildings because the city, for whatever reason, thought that there was something wrong with these buildings. So what should they do? I respectively submit that what you should do as a property owner is you should go to the city and ask, can you tell me what you think is wrong with my building so I can fix it? That's what they've done. They did that in
July 25th.
They did that on July 25th. I sent a letter, an email to the city attorney asking the exact same thing. And they haven't been told. It would be one thing for the city, for the council or code enforcement to say, we think that this wall is unsafe because it's not anchored correctly or whatever reason. At least that gives the Gumbles an opportunity to assess that and say, well, we agree that this wall is unsafe, or we can provide an engineer's report that says actually it is safe, and they can rebut that. They don't even have the benefit of doing that. They don't really.
That's not true.
Okay, then
How
tell.
the process has played out with other properties.
How does this notice of abatement tell them what is structurally unsafe about their building so they can do something about it?
These 3 pages here?
Yeah.
How does it tell them what is unsafe? Do you want me to just read the whole page?
Well, I mean, what that is just a reprint of the code section itself. It doesn't have any application based on the condition of these buildings themselves. At least tell them what you think is wrong with the building. Give them an opportunity to fix the building.
So how much more specific would this need to be? Number 13, chimneys, cooling towers, smokestacks, and similar appurtenances are not structurally sound or not properly anchored, or that are anchored with connections not capable of supporting all nominal loads and resisting all load effects. How much more specific would this need to be for them to abate an issue?
Well, you've got 2 different buildings.
This is on 401 South Main.
Okay. Well, number one, I'm not even sure that this building has a chimney. So I'm a little bit curious why they would even be quoting that.
It's not just about chimneys. I feel like you're being intentionally obtuse on this.
What I'm asking for on behalf of the Gumbles is really quite simple. It's for the city to say, if we think that the Gumbles have violated a particular section of a code, say it relates to brick, say these walls are walls that we think are out of compliance. So at least they know which walls they're dealing with. All of these buildings are brick. Well, actually one of them I think is cinder blocks. But to at least let them know what you think the problem is beyond just citing codes, so they know what the city's expectation is, right, wrong, or indifferent. And then you give them an opportunity to make that fix. And then if they don't make that fix, then I totally understand coming back in here and adopting some resolution. Because at that point, they've been given fair notice of what the problems are, they've been given a fair opportunity to fix it, and they haven't done it. But you're using, this body is using a resolution to determine a building is unsafe as a substitute for what should be in a code letter. But the code letter doesn't even provide that. This hearing hasn't even provided that. The city has not said in any way why it thinks that these buildings have violated any of those codes.
That is not true.
That is not true, and we just saw pictures. We heard about the roof. I don't know where the picture of the open roof is. I would like to move on here. I think that there's at least 8 or 10 people in the audience that know how patient this council is with everybody that comes before us with these kind of issues. I am so patient that I'm frustrated with how patient we are. But we're gonna give them opportunity to fix their building.
Then do that before you issue a resolution that declares the building unsafe. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure. Please approach the podium.
State my name.
Please.
Mitch Gumble. Now that 405 building, I don't understand what could be wrong with that building at all. It's all concrete. It's got a concrete roof. It's got concrete piers, all rebarred. It's got a concrete floor. And I think, Stacy, I just heard you say it was okay to put plywood for windows. All them were just knocked, all them were,
Code.
huh?
It's not technically against code.
Right. Them were just put in because them were all broke out 9 months ago. 4 different occasions. And you know we called the police like 4 different times on that.
Yeah, you called me and cussed me out too.
No, that was the gas. That was because you had my doors, both doors were opened up to the public, and you told me that we had police there. We had police there, and there was no police, and I had people in my buildings stealing my stuff. But you didn't care. That's what I was cussing about. But so on 405, what's structurally wrong with that? The back wall, there's no holes, there's no nothing. The front of it, there's nothing. You can't have a rotted roof because it's all concrete. The whole thing's concrete. That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there another document with this?
No. Does council have any further questions for me on 401 South Main or 405 South Main?
I do not. Does council have any other questions for Mr. Lady or for Mr. Robinson or for the Gumbles on these 2 properties? You can move on.
Did we get our papers back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I handed them back here.
Sorry, I was looking for the mouse. So our next building here tonight is 806 North Plum Street. The structure located at 806 North Plum Street is a 10,752 square foot, 1-story structure. This is a former grocery store. This building has a partial roof collapse. It's a pretty significant roof collapse. It's not 100%, but pretty close. There's ceiling collapsing inside the building. There's a recent break-in where we did a board up. There's been 13 cases on this with 50 inspections since 2019. This is on the tax sale for 2025. Emergency responses have been 20 to this location and fire once. It also has delinquent property taxes in the amount of $8,275.90. Staff has determined the bonding for the demo on this building would be approximately $185,000. Like I said, there is some significant deterioration on this building as well. Has a partial roof collapse and exhibits multiple code violations, including damage or missing doors, deteriorated facade elements, unsafe and failing building projections, lacks the required basic utilities of electric, gas, water, lighting, plumbing, HVAC, and then recent break-in has prompted the reboarding. Despite multiple notifications to the building owner, there's been no response or contact between the property owners regarding the condition or the status of the building. I already stated that on the property taxes. So the staff recommendation on this building is to approve the resolution declaring the structures at 806 North Plum Street as unsafe and dangerous, and to order the repair or demolition within 60 days subject to the required bond in accordance with the procedures outlined in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the City of Hutchinson Code.
Jason, I have a question about the ex parte communication.
Yes.
If there is ex parte communication about a property, are you wanting us to disclose that now or?
Yes, during the course of the conversation.
Right now? Okay. I guess I have some to disclose. So first of all, I drive by this property like 4 times a day for work. And I have called HPD because that entry right there has been boarded up and then not boarded up. And like there were book bags and stuff out front. So I called HPD to let them know that there was possibly somebody in the building. I think I've done that twice in the past year. Another communication that I had about this property is a person reached out to me via social media because they live in the vicinity and they were concerned about the people living in the abandoned property with no utilities. And they had told me that Jamie Lynch, the owner of record, is deceased and has been deceased for a long time. And this was way before any of this was probably 2 years ago. I called the Reno County Courthouse to get the probate records on this, and I forwarded those to Mr. Brown and Carissa.
Yes, and we have those on
record. So it was
record.
a year ago. It was
Yes.
at least 14 months ago because Carissa was here. So no wonder Jamie Lynch has not communicated. She died a long time ago.
Yes, and so through your communication of the documentation from the court, we located the 3 owners and their property addresses and sent them notifications of the hearing.
Okay.
And since that time that we sent the notification of the hearing, we have not received any communication on these properties.
When is the 2025 tax sale?
I could not answer that. I'd have to look into that.
Usually in October.
Okay, thank you. Does this property have any utilities on it?
No, this property does not have any utilities on it.
Does anyone on council have any questions for Mr. Lady about this property?
So right now on this particular property, we're deciding whether to let it go to the tax sale, correct? Am I right or wrong?
Well, it's going to go to the tax sale regardless. I mean, if it's delinquent on taxes and the legal counsel for the county, they would send out the notifications that it's going to go to the tax sale, whoever the property owner is on record, whether they send that to Jamie Lynch or whether they have the court documentation of the individuals who currently own it right now, according to the court documents.
Yeah.
So it's going to go to the tax sale regardless of what we do with it here today.
I think the the biggest benefit of if we were to pass the resolution, subsequent resolution after the hearing, this would tie over the unsafe determination to the next owner, which would force their hand to abate the issues. This one being less than 90 days from a tax sale is kind of a little bit different of a beast, if you ask me. I think the goal would be to not allow it to turn over to a new owner. That would then restart all of our process.
Well, in accordance with the property maintenance code, the code violations turn over to the new property owner. So they technically would have to be made aware by the owner. Frequently, that does not happen. I mean, we know that through the course of multiple buildings that are sold throughout the city on any given day.
And I think the anticipation
But-
of the information being turned over during a sheriff's sale, that expectation would be low.
So the property maintenance violations, they would go along with it no matter what. So, I mean, if it were to be turned over to a new owner, we would just have to send the new owner the property maintenance violations, and then we would set a new hearing at that time if there was a new property owner, but it would still go through the same course of action. So if the resolution were signed here tonight, then that resolution would go over to that new property owner as well, already setting the precedence for the expectation of the property.
You know what, guys? This has got me totally spinning my head. We're gonna go through all these properties, and we're gonna take them on the end and say, we gotta pass this ordinance, correct?
Resolution?
The resolution, which combines all these properties.
No, they're all individual
They're all
resolutions.
separate.
Okay. So the Gumbles, he's gonna have to sit here and wait till we get done with all this, till he sees what happens to his property. Am I right?
If he wants to, it's not required.
I understand that, but get me to understand this.
Are you asking to amend the agenda to move the resolution up so that
No,
we hear
no.
the resolution in between?
I'm not real sure I even agree with, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm honest as hell. I don't know. There's a lot of things going through my head after I looked at all this on the Gumbles property. So I'm trying to understand it. I mean, I've been on this council for a long time, and I'm not gonna pass something if I don't understand it. I gotta understand it. And the resolutions we're gonna do today, after we get done seeing all these properties, some of them are in tax problems, some are in disarray. I gotta understand. I ain't gonna vote on something that I don't understand. That don't make sense? I don't know, guys. And I'm just being totally honest. Whenever you ever heard me not be totally honest? I'm just telling you how I feel. So we're gonna go through all this stuff, and in the end, do we take each property? That's what I'm trying to understand. Are we gonna take each property and push them together for the resolution,
No.
or what?
No, we're holding, so right now.
This is a hearing, right?
Right, so right now, this is the hearing. We have 10 properties that are being heard in one hearing. And when the hearing is closed, we will move on to
The individual property.
8, which goes through in that same order.
Okay.
So there is an opportunity if you wanted to, out of the kindness of our hearts, so people wouldn't have to wait, that you would hold a separate hearing for each item. So essentially, right now, we would close our hearing we could hypothetically close our hearing for 401 South Main and 405 South Main, amend the agenda and move into the resolution. Open up a new hearing for the next property, hear it. Is that not?
Council, there's one public hearing. That was the public hearing that was noticed up. That was the public hearing that had the publications. We're going to have a public hearing. It's going to be on these properties.
This is
It's
still
not
holding
start,
one
stop,
public
start,
hearing per
stop.
property.
If you do that, you're just going to create problems for yourselves. Please do not do that.
Okay. So it's possible, but Paul says no.
So we have to do them all and do the process at the end. We have to do the ordinance that you're gonna pass, or going to look at passing at the end of all this stuff, right?
The resolutions are at the end, yes.
Okay.
This is item 7. 8 is the resolutions and ordinances and resolutions.
Okay, it's, keep going. I just thought I would say something. All right.
Is there any further questions on 806 North Plum?
I have none. Is there anyone in the audience to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on.
The next property we have before us tonight is 22 West Fifth Avenue. This is a 19,687 square foot, one-story, single-story structure. Ultimately, I believe the third building over has a second story on it, but these are businesses that are prior businesses. There is a roof collapse on the far west building. And then a recent break-in also prompted a reboard on this building. There's been 17 cases, 29 inspections since 2019, emergency responses of 4, fire of 1. And the property taxes are current on this building. We've determined that the property is as a whole here, so there's actually 5 buildings on this property, or 4 buildings on this property.
And one address?
One address, yes. So there's actually a little, over there to the east, you can't see it in this photo, but over there to the east, there's a little white building on the corner of the alley, and then the remaining properties there to the west. And staff has figured the bonding at $310,000 on this. So like I said, there is a complete roof failure of that far west building. It is completely collapsed. There are damaged facade components. Additional property maintenance such as damaged doors, missing and broken windows, lack of basic utilities, electric, gas, water, lighting, plumbing, HVAC, and then the building fails to meet the weather-tight standards, contributing to accelerated deterioration of the building. And due to these safety concerns, staff has not assessed the interior of the building. We did take a look at a partial interior of the building as we went out for the reboard, but we couldn't do a full assessment of the interior of the building. The remaining structures at 22 West 5th Street exhibit similar concerns, including deteriorated eaves and soffits, damaged facade components, damaged doors, broken windows, boarded windows. All buildings fail to meet the weather-tight standards, contributing again to the accelerated deterioration of the buildings. All buildings on the property lack the required basic utilities of electric, gas, water, lighting, plumbing, and HVAC. Staff has attempted to make contact with the owner, of no response to date. We also sent the notice out to the individual, and it was returned as, anyway, we received a return notice. The recommendation by staff is to approve the resolution declaring the structures at 22 West 5th Street, or West 5th Avenue, as unsafe and dangerous, and order the repair or demolition within 60 days, subject to the required bond in accordance with the procedures as outlined in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the Hutchinson City Code. And I'll stand for any questions on 22 West 5th.
Any questions or remarks from council?
No.
The 310 is for demolition of all 4 buildings.
Yes, it's for the demolition of the entire
how-
property.
How far? I'm just trying to see how far back into the block they go. Oh.
You said there was no current utilities in any of these?
Not that I'm aware of. communication with the property owner to verify any of the utilities. What we've gone out and looked at, it doesn't appear to be.
Is there anybody in the audience here to speak on this item, 22 West 5th? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next property.
The next property we have is 211th East 4th Avenue. This is a 9,031 square foot, 3-story structure. This has a basement. It's a former church. There's some partial roof degradation, but it's very minimal. There is some exposure to the elements in that, though. There's been 8 cases, 19 inspections since 2019, 36 emergency responses with 2 fire responses. And then property taxes are current with bonding at $216,000 on this property. So not only with the partial degradation of the roof and other various property maintenance violations include damaged facade components, boarded and damaged windows, broken and missing windows, lack of the basic utilities, and it fails again to meet the weather-tight standards according to the property maintenance code. Recent activity on this building: on June 10th, the property owner obtained a demolition permit for the structure. Staff has been in ongoing communication with the demolition contractor, who had been awaiting the termination of the gas service at the property. As of the latest date, July 29, 2025, the gas company has scheduled the termination of the service for August 1st, 2025. The demolition contractor anticipated beginning demolition on around August 2nd. So they anticipate beginning demolition on this building fairly quickly. There were cones. I was unable to get a hold of the demolition contractor today. There were cones back around the backside where the gas meter is. So, and there's some fresh concrete out there. So I imagine that gas got capped off, but I haven't been able to confirm it. So as soon as I get a hold of the demolition contractor, we can confirm that. But staff's recommendation for this is still to approve the resolution declaring the structures at 211 East 4th Avenue as unsafe and dangerous, and then order repair of demolition within 60 days. So a demolition permit is good for 60 days. It can be extended with justification, and I think they have the proper justification at this point, waiting for the gas company to come in and do those things. So once they make the justification back to us, I will extend that demolition permit, but that gives them opportune time to demo the buildings themselves in the course of that 60 days. I'll stand for any questions.
I have more of a general question. So the majority of the properties that we've heard already, and I assume that we're hearing later, don't have any water turned on to them. So that means that their stormwater fees would be due separately. Is that right?
I believe so. I believe the stormwater fees are completely separate from those fees when the utilities are not on at the
I
buildings.
get a separate
They still
bill,
get.
and I have 2 buildings that don't have water to them.
I was just curious. I was just going down the line of there's potentially fees that we're owed that are uncollected on probably all of these properties.
This property recently owed property taxes too, which they brought current.
So, in your required action, or your recommended action, you mentioned the required bond. Because they already have a demo permit, would you recommend a bond with this property?
Yes, I would, just to ensure that in the event that the demolition contractor or the property owner were to fail to demo it on their own accord, then the city could take action to require the bond and proceed with the demolition.
Thank you. Any additional remarks or questions from council?
No.
And again, those bonds would not be due until the next meeting. So if the building were to be torn down within that 60 days or the demolition even ongoing in that 60 days, then, I mean, I think they would be justified in.
Is there anybody in the audience here to speak on this item? 211 East 4th. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next property.
This is a property at 2100 North Jackson Street. This is a 8,750 square foot, two-story structure, former dormitory. 9 cases since 2019, 17 inspections. Emergency responses 34, fire 1. The property taxes are current with the bondings at $178,000. Again, this has a lot of damaged facade components, broken doors, windows damaged, missing windows. Again, lacks the basic utilities, electric, gas, water, lighting, and other things needed to bring this up to code. The building fails to meet the weather-tight standards, again, contributing to the accelerated deterioration of the building. On July 15th, 2025, staff met with the property owner on site. We did not walk through the building, but we did walk through the site to discuss future plans with the property owner. The owner discussed possible uses related to apartments or a senior living facility. Staff recommended consulting an architect or engineer as well as discussing with the city planning division. On July 22nd, 2025, the owner visited the city planning division to discuss what would be required for any future development. No timeline right now has been set by the owner. But through the course of our discussions, he is looking at hiring an architect, engineer, looking at getting the site plan into planning and moving forward. I know there's been some other discussion with some other parties as to funding for this project, but other than that, we did make the property owner aware that if he wanted to turn this into a senior living facility or apartments or anything like that, it would be required to have a sprinkler system in this. So that would be one to ensure that he didn't have an anticipated cost that was, you know, an unexpected cost through the course of reconstruction of this building.
What used to be in that building a long time ago? What did it used to be?
So this was the
Mirrors.
maybe.
Mirrors Inc.
Okay.
Sorry, I cut you off.
Yep, no worries.
And this is the property that's just north of the old St. Elizabeth's
Okay.
Hospital.
And there's some other opportunities that the owner would like to do on this property as well.
And the goal is to rehab the property or to demo and build new?
To rehab the property. We did discuss, there's a kitchen on the backside, an old kitchen on the backside of this. We did discuss possibility of demoing that. And the owner did talk about a demo permit for that portion of the building, but then, you know, still waffling on the idea of what to really do with the building as far as should I keep that back kitchen, should I not keep that back kitchen? So that's just been open discussion through the course of this. The recommended actions by staff, again, is to approve the resolution declaring the structures at 2100 North Jackson Street as unsafe and dangerous, and to order the repair or demolition within 60 days, subject to the required bond, in accordance with the procedures as outlined in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the Hutchinson City Code. And I'll stand for any questions on this property.
What type of construction does CRC Construction do?
I believe I did not look up their construction company, but I believe they're a Class A general contractor. I would have to confirm that for you.
Any remarks or questions from council for Mr. Lady?
No.
Is there anyone in the audience here to speak on this property?
Yes, I would like to.
Please state your name in the mic.
My name is Russ Roberts. I represent CRC Constructors. And I will tell you I'm not at ease here, so excuse my nervousness. I do have a few things to comment here. This building hasn't been habitable for a while, and it has been on the radar for vagrants and vandals on this place. We continually try to board it up and keep it. The reason that we've been slow to do anything primarily is that we're trying to work with interfaith housing, just our neighbors just to the south of this. We want to try to kind of make this project somewhat seamless in design and architecture. Is that going to happen? I can't promise that, but that was our goal, to, as soon as we got something from interfaith that we could see what it was. It's not a JV, it's not a let's do this together. It's just to make it architecturally seamless if we can. That was a reason for holding off. If anything comes of this, let's just say we're moving forward with getting this off of High Center because of our proceedings here. I believe the building is very structurally sound. I don't think there's any of the windows are worth a saving, and we're not trying to save them. They are getting broke out. We try to board them up as soon as we can. The building, as it is probably not attractive, and we're going to try to do something quickly about this. But I think that it can be a viable building to the community and can provide a substantial number of housing units for the city. Lastly, I guess the notices that we have and the violations that we have been given, you can say what you want, but they are ambiguous. And it's hard for us to sit there and say, okay, we need to fix a window, or the code says something about this. And I look at the window and it's like, what is wrong with this window? So I have a hard time with all of these violations saying that it deserves to be torn down. So if there's anything that come out of this, is maybe we can come up with a communication that gets us to the point of the property being repaired as needed, but let's not tear the building down. And that's all really that I have.
Russ, don't go too far. We might have questions for you, or you might want to chime in. So this is a property that I've kind of followed along with the St. Elizabeth's property over the past, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. This property was discussed at a Reno County Commission meeting. Essentially, I believe Clint Nelson said something along the lines of that, if it were for sale, it wasn't at the time that they were moving forward with the St. Elizabeth's demolition and drawing up those plans. I would hope that you follow along with at least some of the procedures that we've done here in the council as well that are of similar nature. So if we do move forward with a resolution, a demolition resolution, I guess the question is, do you feel like you have enough information to move forward and to get started on abatement immediately? Would that be a goal of yours, or would your goal be to move forward with demolition? Like, where do you stand on rehabbing this property? What's your commitment?
The commitment as it is right.
Can you come up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
I'm not really sure that I can give you a solid commitment. The current desire is that we go ahead and move with what I would call selective demolition. That's not the structure, but to tear out walls and the windows and stuff like that that aren't going to be functional for the new building. But beyond that, can we do it immediately? I define immediately. Is it tomorrow? Probably not. 2 weeks? Yes, that's enough time to get us to move forward.
Well, I think that's one of those things that if the resolution is, let's say, for 60 days, which is the recommended action at the bottom of the item here, like we've shown with other properties in similar situations, as long as you're moving forward with abatement or a building permit or a demo permit, we're willing to work with you to give you more time each time it comes up. Essentially, like what we did with 3405 East 4th was we held the resolution. I can't recall if we established a bond, but we essentially gave the owner a series of things that we felt contributed to progress. Paying back taxes. I'm not saying this all applies to you. Paying back taxes. He needed to get ownership. He didn't have ownership of the building. Work with a fire marshal about sprinklers. Work with an architect. Things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, your to-do list would be different. But I guess my point is that moving forward with a resolution on properties like on any of these, it isn't a for sure thing that you're going to be demolished in 60 days. Essentially, we're willing to hold your hand and kind of help you move along, every property owner on the hearing list today. As long as you're doing the work and showing progress, there's always extensions. I think this one, because of the location next to the old St. Elizabeth site, is unique in its own right. Knowing the plans and the site plan for that property, that's probably why you see so much value in it as well.
To a large degree, yes.
Yeah.
If I can say one thing, it still bothers me whenever we're trying to put the property owner on the hot seat to do something and threaten to tear the building down. I'd rather make it two separate issues here and say, if I don't do this, then we go back and have another hearing to flat tear it down. I would be okay with that, but until I don't know if I can do everything possible to make all of the officials happy. And if I run out of 60 days and you're going to tear my building down, we've got nowhere.
How long have you owned this building?
So, I'm sorry?
How long have you owned this building?
I think 3 years.
Okay. And then I know you said you don't have a timeline, but 6 months to a year you'd make progress on?
I think we could say less than that, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Roberts or for Mr. Lady from council? Thank you, sir. Next item, please, or next on the list, please.
The next building is 3001 East 4th Avenue. This is a 4,300 square foot single-story structure. It used to be a former hotel out on East 4th Street. This property recently sold. It's had emergency, I believe it sold in April. I didn't put the date on there, but I believe it sold back in April. So emergency responses of 9 and fire 0. The property taxes are current. So there's some significant damage to the facade. You could see significant damage along the roof line, which there's some open, not weather tight along that roof line, which leads to deterioration of that building. It also has broken and missing windows, lacks the basic utilities, and the building fails to meet the weather tight standards and contributing to the accelerated deterioration. Recent activity on this, yes, there it is. The recent activity on this was acquired by a new owner in April of 2025. Staff has had conversations with the property owner. The property owner is currently unsure kind of what he wants to do with the future of this building. He's mentioned a couple things, from maybe turning this into some garages, maybe turning this into, or selling the property. He's also talked about leasing the property out and maybe doing some semi-parking for some other areas that are have semi-parking in that vicinity. No timeline has been set by the building owner at this time. We did talk about that any change of use in the building or property would require both a building permit and site planning. We've talked about the history. Current taxes are good, and then the projected bond on this is for demo of this building is approximately $90,000. And to approve the recommended action tonight is to approve the resolution declaring the structures at 3001 East 4th Avenue as unsafe and dangerous, and to order the repair or demolition within 60 days subject to the required bond in accordance with the procedures as outlined in Chapter 21 of the Hutchinson, or Chapter 7 of the Hutchinson City Code. I'll stand for any questions.
Jason, do you know what the lot size is on this?
The lot size, I do not. There's another building on this lot along with a pretty large parking lot. I think there's a lot of parking lot that goes out to the other building too, but it's just grown over with grass. I'd have to look up the lot size.
I'm looking it up. Thank you. Whoever said that. Thank you. Any questions or remarks for Mr. Lady? So this is a pretty small building compared, I mean, sitting on a 2.5 acre lot. And this picture is taken from Kirby Street, it looks like.
Yes.
Because the part that you see from 4th Street is small. Anything from council? Is there anybody here to speak on this property for public comment? Please come up to the podium.
Hi, I'm Scott Teitman. I bought the property the beginning of April, and I've got the notification April 16th. I was hoping my goal was to possibly, there's other building that's on it, and possibly make that into like 4 or 5 garages. But I actually have somebody looking at it this Friday to purchase it. I just, my main thing is I didn't want to do a bunch of repairs on it until I knew what somebody, if I was going to sell it, would want. I initially planned on replacing the roof right away so it would quit deteriorating, but it's not actually leaking inside the building. It's, there's a little bit of leak out in the, I guess, the patio or whatever that is out there front. My hope is that I could just get, probably February 1st. I don't really want to tear the building down because I feel like I talked to a mechanic that has a mechanic's shop about him coming and looking at it to rent it. So I'm trying to find somebody. Initially, I was thinking maybe my son, we've talked about doing a detail shop using the office, the building, and then putting some different, garages in there. I guess what I'm just hoping is I don't want to tear it down. I don't want it to be up for demolishing. I would just like to get, and I don't know if the seller knew that it was to be demolished or she was getting informed, because I definitely wouldn't have bought it if I'd have known that. But, so I was just kind of blindsided by that and surprised, but that's all I have. Any other questions for me?
So you, essentially, if I could paraphrase, you're asking for more time to kind of figure out what you want to do with the property.
Yeah, I know I don't want to tear it down, and if it was leaking inside it, I would go ahead and do the roof right away, but, you know, if you get, I'd rather get it, somebody that, and I did hire a general contractor to do work on it. I just don't want to do anything necessarily that somebody's not going to like if I put windows and doors in it and then they want to do the garage doors, you know, I just don't want to do anything first until, that's kind of where I'm at.
Did your general contractor pull any building permits?
Yeah, it has a building permit.
Any questions for Mr. Tegman from council?
No.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions, council? Our next building is 1321 East 4th Avenue. This is a 3,400 square foot, single-story structure. It's a former bar. It's had 15 cases, 23 inspections since 2019. It's also had 14 emergency response, 1 fire response. Property taxes are current. There is bonding. If this building were to be demoed, we would set the bonding at approximately $65,000. This property has various property maintenance violations, including damaged facade components. I think there is some spalling brick, and there's going to need to be some brick repair, but it's pretty minor. There is some damage to the roof components. There's some damage to the overhang, so there, like I said, there is some minor masonry issues. There's also broken or missing windows, boarded and damaged doors. It does lack basic utilities, gas, water, lighting, plumbing, HVAC, and then the building fails to meet the weather-tight standards, again, contributing to the accelerated deterioration of the building. Again, this building was recently acquired by a new owner. A building permit has been issued as of May 16, 2025 for an exterior remodel on the facade. The masonry, replacements of doors and windows. Staff was on site, visited with the property owner and the contractor to discuss the interior portion of the building. There is some architectural design that needs to be done on the interior of the building. And they have done some demo work on the inside, but they have not proceeded with any reconstruction on the inside, revitalization. The owner and the contractor are working with the structural engineer and architect to submit plans to the city for the interior remodel. Again, any change in use of the building or property would require both the building permit and site planning. I don't know what they've done through the course of the site planning. I'll have to follow up with planning. But they did obviously require a building permit for the exterior to do the facade, masonry, and doors and windows, but they have not done anything with the interior to date. Again, the recommended action by staff tonight is to approve the resolution declaring the structures at 1321 East 4th Avenue as unsafe and dangerous, and to order the repair or demolition within 60 days, subject to the required bond in accordance with the procedures as outlined in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the Hutchinson City Code. And I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from council?
We have had really good discussion on this building with the building owner and the contractor. So I think things with this building will proceed accordingly, and I could see this building coming off fairly soon if things go according to the plan, the track that they're on right now.
But you're not confident enough that you would not recommend it to be?
No, I'm not confident enough at this time. I mean, I think, you know, in the event that money runs out or repair work doesn't get done or whatever the case may be, I mean, you never know the circumstances of these projects. So in the event something happens, we would still have the bonding to demo the building and the resolution to set the course. And again, we could just, as long as they're proceeding with architectural structure through the course of the next 60 days, we could just continue to work with the contractor and the owner.
So the goal would be essentially pass the resolution, continue to monitor the building permit, the site plan, all
Yes.
of the sprinkler and, yeah.
Yes.
And even though there is a building permit and they've begun work, you would recommend a bond?
Yes, I would.
Would the scope of the work being done change the bond amount? It wouldn't change your demo price, really.
No, it
right?
wouldn't really change the demo price. I mean, unless they were to remove a portion of the building themselves, but I mean, through the course of our discussion, they plan to utilize every portion of the building right now.
What's the building next to it?
That's a little building that is attached, used to be, I believe, a little, from what I was explained, a little residential area maybe. What they plan to do is in the front of the bar, put in front of that first window right there. They plan on the east side there. They plan to put a stage in there. And so that old little residential place back there would be remodeled to be kind of that staging area for whatever bands they have there, to hold equipment, to little dressing, little relaxation area.
Green room.
That type of thing.
Does the
Yeah.
building permit cover both properties?
The building permit would cover that, all of that.
Since it's all connected. Any additional questions from council for Mr. Lady? Is there anyone here to speak on this item?
Rick with R&D Construction. Rick Friars with R&D Construction. We pulled the permit on this, and we have the architectural designs. We also have masons. We are doing the glazing on the windows, you know, tempered glass on the front doors. The owners are here too. We plan on having the agenda for us to have this opened by New Year's Eve. So they do have a pre-approval letter from the bank, and the funding is there. My request would be an 120-day extension.
Any questions for, is it Fryer?
Yep, Friars.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fryer?
No.
And you've been through this process recently as well, with a different property, so you're familiar with, like Mr. Lady was saying, even if we pass the resolution, it's essentially just us ensuring that you're going to follow through with finishing the building, and if not, there's the price for demo already submitted.
Well, we've talked about that, and bonding, you know, based off of previous experiences, is that's hard to find, is finding insurance. I mean, 20% and finding insurance when the city's put it on the condemned list to find someone that'll bond it. So we'll make our best attempt if that's a request, but with the permit and the plans and process we're going through, we're just at this time requesting a 120-day extension.
Seems like the argument could be made that having to put up the bond would reduce the likelihood that you'd be able to finish a project that's already well established and on its way.
And it does have power. We pulled a permit for the electrical service for a disconnect, and we just put a brand new 400 amp service on the building. So we have power. We have a permit pulled for the exterior. We haven't pulled anything for the interior yet because of the occupancy and with the architectural designs, with the sprinkler system, how we're going to approach it for future plans. So we have Ray and Sons, roofing, Hits Electric. My masons already, we're going to block in some of the windows. So, and that's all the exterior, on the exterior permit.
Any additional questions from council?
No.
And this is zoned for bar hotel. And so that's why there's a living quarters on the side of it. And this is all included in the project.
And the lot of the building, the lot for the building goes to the west side, is that correct?
Yes, and the back. And what we're planning on doing is open up the whole back into parking. Of course, we're going through the process of the city for the parking, parking requirements based off the occupancy.
Any additional questions from council? Okay, thank you, Mr. Fryer.
Thank you.
I would like to note, as in my opening remarks, that about the bonding, that the bonding does not have to be in the form of a cash bond. It can be in the form of a letter of credit or another financial means as approved by the city. So that can be open discussion with the property owners as well of how that bonding would function.
Would council set the standards for the bond, or would staff?
Staff.
With council's recommendation or input, or just fully it goes on staff?
Not typically. I think it would fall to the officer in charge, which would be myself.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on 1321 East 4th Avenue? The next one is 1221 East 4th Avenue. This is a 2304 square foot, single-story structure. This is a former bar or mercantile. Not sure exactly what was in here before. There's been 7 cases, 10 inspections since 2019. Emergency responses, 51. There is a property tax of $3,320.78, and it is up for the 2026 tax sale. Bonding on this building here would be, again, about $50,000. I have had extensive conversations, not with the property owner, but with the property owner's father. He did ask me about taxes. He talked about taxes, advised him to call the county. He said he was going to call the county today and get the property taxes up to date and paid. So we'll continue to follow up on that. I did advise him of the condemnation process and kind of what tonight would look like. We did talk about the damaged siding facade components, the damaged soffits, overhangs, the boarded and damaged windows, and the brush and overgrowth. Some of it's up against the foundation. Some of it's up against the back wall. So on this property, the property owner has proposed to basically to pressure wash paint. There's really nothing structural here from most of the components. There's a few items in the rear of the building that the owner is aware of, but it's mainly siding and facade issues that, again, the building is not weather tight and would continue to lead to degradation if it were to be left alone. So the owner thinks he can have this done within 60 days. Property taxes paid off, and he says there's probably about $2,000 worth of work. So he believes that the work is not that extensive to at least bring it up to a building that doesn't look like a blighted building on that corner. And through our conversation, I mean, they are aware of what the building looks like and the condition that it's in.
And would the work include, I'm sorry, I don't know if you mentioned this already, would the work include removal of all of the trees along the back that go into the alley? Did
Yes.
you say that? Okay.
Yes, they're going to cut down all that brush, all those trees, obviously mow the grass and take out any of the stuff on the property that really doesn't belong there on the exterior. Pressure wash the building, paint the building. They already have a metal work company that could come in and do a little bit of capping and do a little bit of siding work. And they believe the work is pretty minimal. And then they told us after, obviously, there would be a building permit for a little bit of the work. Not a whole lot, but, we would have to go out and inspect it at that point. And he also said that the owner also stated that he'd follow up with the code enforcement office to come out and take a look at the building and advise if there's anything further that needs to be done.
Are there any utilities on this building?
I am not aware of any, I think electrical on this building. Other than that, I don't know that there's any other utilities on this building. Again, the recommended action by staff is to approve the resolution declaring the structures at 1221 East 4th Avenue as unsafe and dangerous, to order the repair or demolition within 60 days, subject to the required bond, in accordance with the procedures as outlined in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the Hutchinson City Code. I'll stand for any questions on this property.
Any questions or remarks from staff or from council? The law enforcement visits, it says 14, and then it says in the packet, like the third bullet point in the middle of the page, the property is also assaulted in 14, and then it says 51 law enforcement responses. Can you clarify that?
1221 East 4th, my packet says the property has resulted, oh, yes, 51. I probably didn't change the 14 or the 51.
Okay, so it should say 51.
I think that should say 51 law enforcement responses.
That would match your slide. Okay. Is there anybody in the audience here to speak on this item? And you said you spoke with Mr. Mayfield's father today?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Mayfield's father today. We've probably had, I think we've had 3 conversations over the course of the last few weeks, and prior to that, we've had several conversations as well. So we've been in constant communication.
Next and final property.
So our final property is 411 South Main Street. This is a 3,750 square foot, 3-story building, former mercantile building. This has pretty significant degradation to the front of the building, to the exterior building. There's also some over on the side. This building has minor structural concerns, just because we've never been inside the building, and it does have some walls that are of concern. The roof is in good order on this building. But the building does exhibit other various property maintenance violations, including deterioration of the exterior walls, damaged facade components, spalling and masonry issues. Then there are broken, boarded, missing windows, boarded and damaged doors. It lacks all required basic utilities, gas, water, lighting, plumbing, HVAC. I do believe there is electrical to this building, but it wouldn't, from the looks of the building, it would not probably comply with current lighting codes on the interior. That's an assumption. We have not been inside the building, but there could be other property maintenance violations if we were to tour the inside of this building. The property is currently delinquent in property taxes in the amount of $3,225.46. It is up for the 2026 tax sale. We do have one case, 2 inspections since 2019, and then we have 4 emergency responses. And then the bonding on this project would be set at $160,000. Staff has spoke to the property owner. The property owner is unsure of the future use of this building and the property. The owner stated that the original plan was to turn it into a brewery. However, due to the rising cost, that is no longer feasible. The owner asked what would happen if it goes to demolition, and staff explained I explained the condemnation process to the owner. Then the owner discussed the possibility of letting the structure go through the demolition process or to the tax sale. We also discussed that the property currently has the delinquent taxes and is due for the 2026 tax sale. A timeline has not been set for any work, and nothing's been conducted on this building. The owner did express that could just let this building go to the 2026 tax sale or let the city demo it. And unsure really at this point what he can do with the building. And then staff's recommendation, again, is to approve the resolution declaring the structure at 411 South Main Street as unsafe and dangerous, and to order the repair or demolition within 60 days, subject to the required bond, in accordance with the procedures as outlined in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the Hutchinson City Code. I'll stand for any questions on this property.
Buildings like this that are adjoining other buildings that are shorter than them, I'm assuming they have their own structural walls typically, but that would have to be verified.
Yes, it would have to be verified by a structural engineer, but just by going out there and taking a basic look at it, I would say so.
I mean, the risk of causing damage to neighboring buildings when something like this gets demoed.
Yes.
Is definitely a risk assessment.
It's a risk. So that would be up on the demo contractor, and that may be an added cost at that point to be able to protect those surrounding buildings. But there's definitely means and methods for that.
I understand.
Any further questions on this property?
Doesn't look like it. Is there anybody in the audience here to speak on this item, 411 South Main Street? Seeing none, we'll move on.
The last couple things I want to talk about is the financial considerations. So the financial impact to the city resulting from the condemnation of these structures would primarily consist of demolition cost, which would be determined through the competitive bidding process with qualified demolition contractors. If the property owner fails to repair or demolish the structures, the city may proceed with demolition. Ideally, a cash bond provided by the owner would be used to cover these costs in such an event. If a cash bond is not provided, then the city would fund the demolition out of the general fund and issue an invoice to the property owner for the total demolition cost incurred. Should the invoice remain unpaid at that point, the amount would be assessed as a special assessment to the property's tax bill. Any questions on financial? And then the last thing we'll talk about tonight is strategic alignment in the city's comprehensive plan. The condemnation of 10 deteriorated commercial buildings aligns with the city's comprehensive plan by supporting key goals related to the community appearance, safety, and reinvestment of the community. Specifically, it advances strategies outlined in Chapter 5, Strong Neighborhoods, and Chapter 6, and Economic Vitality, by removing unsafe, blighted structures that detract from surrounding property values and hinder redevelopment opportunities. This action promotes a safer, more attractive environment and encourages reinvestment in priority areas. It's consistent with the plan's vision for resilient and vibrant Hutchinson. And I'll stand for any further questions if council has any.
Any remarks or questions from council? Looking for a motion to close the hearing.
I would move to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Second?
Second?
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yeah.
Bast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yeah.
Goss?
Yes. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll move into the resolution items. 8. 2, we went over just a few minutes. Thank you. We will now, we are back in session. We will now move on to item 8.
Item 8, ordinances and resolutions. Consider a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 401 South Main Street.
Because we had a public hearing just prior, there will not be any public comment on this part unless we ask for someone to specifically come up and answer questions. Any remarks from council on the resolution for 401?
Mr. Gumble, could you come to the mic? I have a question for you. So on your buildings, and I'm going to reference both of them. There are, if you look through all of the documentation, there are things that are basically stated in there, some of the things that need to be done at the buildings. Maybe it's not clear. Maybe you need more clarity on those things to be fixed. My question is, if you get clarity on those things to be repaired, what timeline would you be looking at to get those repairs done to make it compliant?
Are we talking about 2 months, or are we talking about I get a year or two?
I'm just asking a question. I just kind of if you could make repairs, how long would it take you to get some of that stuff done? If you knew what the repairs needed to be, that's just my question. Would it take you 2 months, 6 months? I mean, I'm just asking you a question, what your reality would be.
Well, if I'm just boarding up all the windows on the side, I don't think that would take long. I mean, if that's what you're saying is wrong.
No, there's stuff in there that says there's like holes in the building need to be repaired.
If we're talking about the bricks on the side that have been scaling, when I bought that building, there was metal there, and the water was going between the metal. I took the metal off.
Okay.
A lot of that damage was already there.
I guess to get it basically in code compliance.
Well, I would probably be looking for some money to help, just like the Anchor Inn did when their brick fell, to get some of that brick put back in. That didn't happen overnight.
Correct.
So I'd be looking for some grant money.
Okay. All right. Well,
because we're talking a lot of money there.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm just asking questions, trying to get a little bit of clarity. If you have that time to fix it, what that timeline would look like. Because, it's one of those things we don't want to extend it out farther than, like, for example, the atrium. I don't want to be looking at something 5 years from now going, okay, we're still not any farther along than we were 5 years ago.
Well,
that's just
I use it for a warehouse and I need it.
Correct. But it also needs to be compliant with the city of Hutchinson's codes. I mean, that's the other thing. So, like, if there's anything that needs to be fixed, according to Jason Lady, they would need to be addressed so it's compliant with what we're looking at as a city. That's just my question. So,
okay,
that answered what I needed to know.
Right.
So, Mitch, Mr. Gilmore, can you stay up here, please? Sir, I have a question for you. So, within 60 days, you'd be committed to at least starting some work, having some meetings with staff to get a better understanding of the current code violations. Is that just paraphrase?
Yes, if it's all within reason.
Right. Right, and like
this isn't a brand new building.
No, absolutely not. And
this is a very blighted part of town. I mean,
right.
I didn't buy the old Target building to use it for a warehouse that was up north. I found some warehouse space towards the park where there's nothing going on. You know what I mean? I spent $30,000 for that, not $3 million. I mean, I don't know what you're asking me. Do you want me to drop $500,000 in it?
No, absolutely not.
I wouldn't take that for a warehouse then. I would have to go somewhere else.
That's absolutely not the request. The repairs have nothing to do with a dollar sign of how much work needs to be done. The scope of the work is different for every property. My question is, are you committed to working with staff to move forward with projects?
Yes.
As a point of observation, there are some items on there that if they're presented with an issue to address, it may require a professional architect or engineer to review it and say, we think it's either okay the way it is, or here's how it needs to be fixed. And it may take 30 to 60 days to get somebody to come out and assess that. I just want to make sure we're clear. What we're asking is if we put forth that, hey, we want you to move forward with fixing things, they need to know. There's most likely there's going to be items on here that are going to take a professional to look at and assess what needs to be done.
Yeah, and I think we've been through that process already just within the past 12 months with other properties that as long as there's clear communication, we're willing to wait on stamped plans and inspections and whatnot as long as staff is being made aware and being clued in on the work and the timeline and the scope of the projects. So yeah, I think that's a good expectation to set.
I kind of view this as kind of the same parameters of the worm farm. We kind of went along and gave them, 60 days, 30 days, whatever. And as long as we see them making progress, we allowed them to continue. Now, the minute you don't see progress being moving along, that's when we have a problem going, okay, you're not living up to your end of the bargain, so we're going to go down this other road, which is the road I don't want to go down, because if I see business owners trying to make a difference in our community, trying to make things look better and make this a better place, then I'm willing to work with, get into some of that gray area and let business owners get some stuff done so we can better our community. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
I have a question for Mr. Williams. If you could come up to the podium, please. Thank you, Mr. Gumbel.
Thank you.
Yes, Matt Williams, Community Development Director.
Thank you. Does the current use of the building as storage or warehouse space on 401 and 405, is that within its proper zoning?
I haven't directly taken a look at that. Most of the buildings downtown are zoned C5, which is kind of our downtown zoning, which does not allow it to be used just as storage. But if they've been storing in it for more than 20 years, I'm guessing that predates that zoning. So I'm guessing they're grandfathered in regardless of what their zoning is, since it's been used like that for so long.
Okay. And so the reason I ask that is I just want you guys to be aware that at the end of the day, regardless of abating the any potential code violations, there is potentially a code or a zoning issue with the current use. It sounds like that wouldn't be the case. You would be grandfathered in to use it, to continue to use it as a warehouse. So I was just essentially doing my due diligence there to make sure that you guys are okay to keep it in that manner. I don't want that to be a surprise in 60 days after you've put new windows or what have you, that then we turn around and say, well, actually, it can't be a warehouse to begin with. So I think that covers that, unless you guys have object to what he just said.
They also have a special use permit that you can apply for throughout town to get different zoning.
That is correct, you can. Grandfathered in is a lot easier. And there's no money involved in applying it in hearings for a variance. Any other remarks from council? Thank you, Mr. Williams.
So I guess on these two properties, I would like to, I don't know, essentially table them or extend them 60 days to see if they can make some progress on the parameters of, they work with city staff to figure out exactly what needs to be done to the buildings to get them into code. And then once you get that figured out, to move forward with getting some of those repairs, if needed, completed. That's what I'm willing to do. And I don't know, maybe the rest of the council's not, but that's the way I feel about this building. As long as you as property owners are willing to do those things and get that stuff done.
I'm fine with that too. I would ask that we split the bonding up for each individual property and not pool them together, since we're making a resolution individually. I think the bonding should be set for each individual property.
I agree, and Mr. Lady can work on that offline. So 60 days from now would put us into October. I don't know what our meetings are.
7th or 21st.
7th and 21st, thank you. Okay. So 60 days from today would be October 4th. So our next meeting after that would be October 7th. Would essentially moving this item to October 7th work for you guys?
I don't understand. We're not doing anything today.
So basically, we're giving you an extension instead of going down this road, giving you time to get some of this stuff figured out. So you can't come back and go, well, we didn't know this needed to be fixed, didn't know this. You'll know by that point, oh, we need to fix this leaky roof, or we need to paint this, or we need to do this. That's what this is doing, is buying you some time so you guys can figure out what you need to get done.
We'll give them a minute to.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Brown, do we need a motion to table these two items?
No, we'll just reschedule it for the October date.
Will there be any required legal notice or publication about these to be moved?
No, because we've already given them notice what we're continuing it to. We've had the formal notices for this date.
Okay.
Good question.
To the extent that the notice may
You
be.
want a microphone, please?
To the extent that any such notice may be required, the Gumbles waive it.
Okay, thank you. Item 8C. Mary, can you call the item, please?
8B, consider resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 405 South Main Street.
And we just tabled that one as well until October 7th.
Item 8C, consider a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 806 North Plum Street.
I would move to approve a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 806 North Plum Street and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Item 8D, consider a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 22 West Fifth Avenue.
Okay, nobody make a motion. No, let's get on the same page here. What?
Go ahead.
Just let me know when I can speak.
I didn't have a stapler big enough. Okay.
Council, would it be helpful if we pull the images as we go through these?
Yeah, that would be beautiful. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. 22 West Fifth, okay. Any remarks from council?
I move to approve a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city limits of Hutchinson located at 22 West Fifth Avenue and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Item 8E, consider a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 211 East 4th Avenue.
I am glad that there is a demo permit already out there, but without the owner attending tonight to speak to the item, I feel comfortable moving forward with a resolution on this one.
Are you asking for a motion?
I am asking for a motion.
I move.
Go ahead.
I'll move to approve a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 211 East 4th Avenue and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Item 8F, consider a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 2100 North Jackson Street.
Mr. Roberts, could you come up here, please? Thank you. I do want to say thank you for attending tonight and speaking candidly about your plans for the property. what type of commitment do you think you could make to begin repairs or a building permit or demo permit within the next 60 days?
I should have it complete within the repairs.
Okay.
I'd like to work with some officials on not wasting a bunch of effort if we're going to tear out windows. I mean, do we board them up and process, go ahead and tear them up and then cover them up, or especially on like the second floor, there's no access.
Right.
Safety, I suppose, is the single biggest issue here since it's not an inhabitable building at this time.
Right, and I think that the concern is that even if you board up the windows on the first floor, that could be seen as quote-unquote progress, but that's, as we've seen, people can pry those off and still get inside.
Yeah,
So I would personally be looking for something in addition to boarding up the windows or securing the building because you're doing work inside. Refresh my memory, does this have power?
I'm sorry.
Do you have power on this building? You do not.
No.
Do you think that you could get at least power restored within the next? You'd have to have a.
Yeah, vandals have stolen everything out of it to the meter.
Okay.
I probably would just start with temporary power. But if you're asking what I can do within 60 days, I was advised to pull a remodel permit.
Okay.
Because I don't want to tear the whole thing down, but I need to basically gut the building. I can do that quickly, next week or this week perhaps.
What kind of construction do you do?
We are a structural steel erector.
Okay.
We're mostly steel, but we do wood frame and light gauge metal framing and some concrete work too.
So would you be your own general contractor on this?
I plan to, yes.
Okay. Any questions from council? I would like to table this for 60 days and hear this again on October 7th.
I agree.
Yes, fine.
Is that, we don't have to do a motion on that? Okay. Can you change our picture for us, please?
Item 8G, consider resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 3001 East 4th Avenue.
Mr. Tagman, can you come up here, please? Considering you are, at least this is how I feel, considering you're a new owner, you were not aware of, or at least you claim you were not aware of the issues prior to purchasing. You are up to date on taxes, and you already have a building permit. I feel comfortable tabling this if you can kind of speak to what you would see as progress in the next 60 days.
I mean, I can definitely board everything up. I plan on putting a new roof. I wanted to find a buyer before I redo, and it's never going to be a great property. But, I mean, I can definitely board everything up, and I expect it to be sold on contract or sold outright before then, in the next, but I'm not sure,
Right.
I plan on doing it this year.
Just that piece? Just the building?
The whole
The whole
place.
thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna try to do the truck semi-parking or anything like that. I'm just gonna try to find somebody that, wants to buy it.
And you said the roof's in good enough shape right now that it's not leaking actually inside the building?
It's not.
Okay.
No. It does leak on the porch, what I mean, the front, but it's not inside the building.
Okay.
I would want to see you invest in a new roof into it if if you're going to sell it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to see you go to that extent. But that was my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 9 HPD or law enforcement visits it tells us that it's a security concern. I feel like boarding it up would at least buy you some time out while you pursue a potential sale. Looks like you have some, I don't know how old that picture is, some mowing to do also.
It's been mowed since.
Yeah, okay.
When I got a call from somebody here, I actually called my lawn guy and said, you haven't gotten to it yet. And he went and did it the next day, so.
I think that picture is from like me.
Okay.
Well, I suppose we should once again demonstrate our patience with 60 days, don't you think?
I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Tagman, we'll hear this again on October 7th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just, by the way, if you do, because the roof has been mentioned, could you perhaps find a contractor who would come out and do an inspection and give you a letter saying that it's in good shape or that the scope of the repairs and that sort of thing?
I'm not saying it's in good shape.
Right, but it's not.
It's not running in.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 8H, consider a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 1321 East 4th Avenue.
Any remarks from council?
I think we should just remove this one completely off of it. I mean, there was work being done a month ago. I mean, I'm confident in the builder, saw the owner here. I mean, maybe that's not the right thing to do. We could discuss it, but.
No, I think that that would be one path forward. I think the power being restored, there's already a building permit and work is being done. Also, you have a reputable business owner with a successful business already that this would essentially be the same thing. I think those are all working in their favor. If anything, this puts them on notice without putting them on notice. So, to get the job done, and they understand that they're on our radar.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay. Can we just, I move to take that off of our list? Is that okay with staff?
Yes, and we'd still consider it an unsafe and dangerous structure until that point, but again.
Until what point?
Until the point that it's completely repaired.
They'll continue to monitor
But
it internally.
Okay.
We would just at that point, just continue to monitor the progress
Well,
of the
I guess
building
there's
and
no
then.
difference in what we're
It's just like
doing,
the
but,
worm farm.
Yeah, if it were to fall through, then we just
Yeah.
bring it back to council.
Okay.
Yeah.
thanks. I'm most confident about that building there.
Okay with that?
Yes. If I wasn't, you'd be hearing from me.
Next property, please.
Item 8J, consider a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 411 South Main Street.
I think so on previous properties, not having somebody come here today, I would consider that a mark in the negative column, but considering that you had spoke to the owner's representative as recently as this afternoon, and they're aware of the scope of the work, and it also sounds like the scope of the work is fairly small. I feel comfortable moving this for another 60 days. I think that gives them plenty of time to abate the issues that, or at least the majority of the issues that you've spoke with them. And you did say in your presentation that they do require a building permit for some of the work, and they're aware of that.
Yes, and they're aware of that.
And just a point of order, we're talking about Section I, at 1221 East 4th. You read
Oh, am I one
411.
off? I'm sorry.
It's okay, just making sure we're all
Oh, yeah,
talking
I'm
about.
talking about 1221.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'm
knew
sorry.
that, and that's what we need to talk about.
Yeah.
So,
And I would like to see on that one, had the property taxes on this one been caught up to date
No, they're not at this
So
point,
that's what I would
but
like to see is
He's,
that,
you said that the owner's father said that he was making it right today.
yes, so we'll follow up on that.
okay, well, I just want to, we had some.
Whether he made it right
Receipt's
today or
not
whether
in
he made
hand,
contact
yeah.
with the county today, I mean, he was in the process of working on it and assured me it would be done, so I'll continue to follow up on that.
My other concern about this property is that it sounds like it's currently being used for storage. So I have the same zoning question for them, and I would encourage staff to work with them to make them aware of what they can and can't do in zoning and what their rights would be to change their zoning if they need to. So we will table this until October 7th. Is council okay with that?
Yes.
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 Next property, please. Next item, please.
Item 8J, consider resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 411 South Main Street.
This property, the owner didn't know exactly what he was gonna do, right? Right?
Correct. This one I feel a lot less comfortable about, considering the owner did not attend this evening, and also it sounds like he's okay with us moving forward with the demo, and my impression is that he wants to wash his hands of this. So my concern with that is twofold. Number one, that it would essentially put this on the taxpayers. This would become our responsibility to demo it without any true means of being made whole. And then because it is in between two other also very old properties, you stand possibly damaging the other properties on either side of it in that process. I feel like the only good thing about this is that you do have contact information for the owner.
I do.
I would like to move forward with the resolution.
I'd make a motion to approve a resolution condemning an unsafe and dangerous structure within the city of Hutchinson located at 411 South Main Street and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Fast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Item 8K, consider an ordinance repealing Hutchinson City Code 23-708 regarding traffic on Apple Lane.
Paul Brown, City Attorney. Council, this is an obsolete provision in the code now. We put a weight limitation in place on Apple Lane between 17th and 30th because the bridge needed to be replaced. The bridge has been replaced. The signs with the weight limitation for the roadway have been removed, and now we just need to repeal this particular section of the city code. We'd ask the council to approve it.
I remember reading this and emailing you at like 1 a.m. a couple months back. And I was like, didn't we fix that bridge? So this is just a cleanup thing. I will make the motion. I move to approve an ordinance repealing Hutchinson City Code 23-708 regarding truck traffic on Apple Lane.
Second?
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Fast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Item 8L, consider an ordinance adopting the standard traffic ordinances for Kansas cities.
And we do this every year, council. We update our booklets on the standard traffic ordinances so they match state law. Very, very few changes on this occasion. There's a new section passing a stationary vehicle displaying hazard or caution signals. I know that really excites you. It just matches provisions for waste collection vehicles and stationary authorized utility or telecommunications vehicle. If you're on a 4-lane road, please move to the passing lane. If you're on a 2-lane road, slow down as you go past the vehicle that's displaying the hazard or caution signals. There was an editing change to unlawful operation of a worksite utility vehicle. There was a reference to an all-terrain vehicle in there that didn't belong in there, so they edited that out to include worksite utility vehicle. And then the last amendment was failure to comply with a traffic citation. There was an interim provision that was only in effect for the remainder of 2024. It expired by its own terms then. This provision was 201.2. They didn't change it at all. They just gave it a new number in the book. And that's all the changes on the STOs.
Last year we had a nice little graphic from LKM on the updates. Did we get that this year?
They did not put an article in their publication.
Thank you.
I'm excited to move to approve an ordinance regulating traffic within the corporate limits of the city of Hutchinson, Kansas, incorporating by reference the standard traffic ordinance for Kansas City's 52nd edition, with certain omissions and changes and providing certain penalties, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Richardson.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Bast.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Item 8M, consider an ordinance adopting the Uniform Public Offense Code for Kansas cities.
And now you'll see why they didn't produce an article for the changes this year, because there are just so few, there's nothing to write about. The only change to the Uniform Public Offense Code is they redefined broadband wireless facilities in section 6.7.2. That was it for the whole thing. We'd ask that you approve.
I'll move to approve an ordinance regulating public offenses within the corporate limits of the city of Hutchinson, Kansas, incorporating by reference the Uniform Public Offense Code for Kansas City's 41st edition, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
Richardson.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Bast.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Item 9, new business. A, update on 2100 South Bone Break Street.
Good evening again, council. Jason Lady, building official. This is an update on the unsafe and dangerous structure at 2100 South Bone Break Street, and an update on the demolition proceedings. So our recommendation from staff tonight is that city council authorize staff to proceed with filing a demolition permit on behalf of the city. If approved, this would provide a parallel path to move forward with demolition. Should the private permit lapse or not be active on in the event that the Landmark Commission approves demolition by neglect, staff will issue a request for bids with the goal of presenting demolition bids to the council when demolition is formally authorized. A little bit of background to this is that on April 1st, 2025, the City Council adopted Resolution 2025-R04, declaring the commercial structure at 2100 South Bone Break Street, commonly known as Bernard's, to be unsafe and dangerous. The resolution directed that the structure be either repaired or removed by the property owner. On July 15, 2025, at the City Council meeting, staff presented an update on the property. At the time, the owner's contractor representative applied for a demolition permit and expressed that it was the owner's desire to proceed with the demolition. Staff informed the council that the demolition permit would require Landmark Commission review due to the building's historic designation, and that staff would provide a further update at the August 5th, 2025 meeting. I would ask Matt Williams to come up and give a quick update on the Landmark Commission meeting.
Thank you, Jason. Matt Williams again, Director of Community Development. So because Bernard's Restaurant is on the State National Historic Register, the Landmarks Commission is tasked with reviewing any construction or demolition on the property. The commission held a special meeting last night to discuss the request by R&D Construction for demolition. According to City Code, the commission is to evaluate all construction and rehabilitation on historic properties against the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation, which are established to ensure rehab maintains the historic integrity of the building. Demolition is at odds with those standards. So last night, the commission denied the request for demolition as expected. The applicant has appealed the decision of the Landmarks Commission, and the appeal will be scheduled for City Council review as a public hearing in the coming weeks. City Council may approve demolition if it finds that no feasible and prudent alternative exists and that all reasonable planning has been made to minimize harm to the historic property. That being said, the Landmark Commission also unanimously voted to share a statement with City Council. The statement reads, "The Landmarks Commission strongly recommends a 1-year extension to allow for the full or partial renovation of Bernard's Restaurant and Catering. Due to the short time frame, Bernard's has been listed on the state and national historic registers. City staffing shortages over the course of the condemnation process, the impact of COVID, deaths in the property owner's family, and the short time frame for the property owner that the property owner has had a qualified contractor. The Landmarks Commission values the historic significance of the building that honors African American heritage and a woman-owned business and would request the city work to save the building." That's the update I have.
Thank you. Any questions or remarks from council?
So I would like to make a couple further comments, if I may. Obviously, there's been no visible progress on the demolition of the building, but I had to go before the Landmark Commission. The Landmark Commission has obviously made their determination and their comments. The building does remain in substantially the same condition as during the April 2025 meeting. Staff has attempted multiple contacts with the property owner, Ms. Gress, to schedule a hearing with the Landmark Commission without success, but that ended up happening and getting taken care of and had the meeting last night, obviously. So that's a little bit of update since this staff report was written. Mr. Richard Fryer of R&D Construction contacted Community Development Director Matt Williams on July 29, 2025, to express concern about the site's designation on the National Registry of Historic Places. Mr. Fryer's comments and concern was that if he demoed a historic building, that there were fines associated with demoing a historic building, and what was the process for the state to notify national. But he has conveyed to me since the staff report that that has been taken care of, and that is no longer of concern. He has what he needs to go ahead and move forward with the demolition of the building without concern. Given the lack of progress, staff have internally discussed pursuing the city's own demolition permit concurrently in case the property owner fails to follow through with the demolition. Staff requests City Council's authorization to initiate the city's own demolition permit for the property at 2100 South Bone Break Street. While the city's permit would be submitted and reviewed in parallel, demolition by the city would not proceed unless the original permit filed by the contractor expires or is abandoned. This approach provides a contingency plan should the owner or contractor be unable or unwilling to complete the demolition. Because the building is listed on both the state and national historic registers, demolition is subject to the city's historic preservation regulations and relevant state statutes, and the following steps would be required. So the Landmark Commission would still have to review the demo permit, which they already have as far as reviewing and making their statement as of the meeting yesterday. If there's no feasible alternatives found, if no reasonable alternatives are identified within a 45-day window, and then the City Commission may approve the demolition by neglect. Certificate appropriateness review. In accordance with the Kansas state statutes, the Commission must review the demolition request against the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The Commission, as happened last night, was expected to determine that demolition would compromise the historic character of the property and likely deny the request, which it did. Appeal to City Council. The building official may appeal the denial to the City Council, and which may approve demolition if it finds that no feasible and prudent alternative exists. Financial considerations of this: if the property owner fails to demolish the structure, the city will proceed with the demolition. With the property owner failing to provide the cash bond, the city would fund the demolition out of the general fund and issue an invoice to the property owner for the total demolition cost incurred. Should the invoice remain unpaid, the amount would be assessed as a special assessment on the property tax bill. Again, with strategic alignment, the condemnation of the deteriorated commercial building aligns with the city's comprehensive plan by supporting key goals related to community appearance, safety, and reinvestment. Specifically, it advances strategies outlined in Chapter 5, Strong Neighborhoods, Chapter 6, Economic Vitality, by removing unsafe blighted structures that detract from surrounding property values and hinder redevelopment opportunities. This action promotes a safer, more attractive environment and encourages reinvestment in property areas, consistent with the plan's vision for a resilient and vibrant Hutchinson. So tonight, the recommended action from City Council is to staff request to authorize staff to proceed with the filing of a demolition permit on behalf of the city.
Jason, could you remind the council on past items that were requested by the council to Ms. Gress? I believe it was she needed to pay her taxes, tarp the roof, extra things like that. Do you have your notes in front of you? That's just off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't have all the notes in front of me, but I mean, those are the big things. Pay the taxes, at least tarp the roof, clean up the property. And I think that was probably the minimal of what was required to be done up to this point. I mean, besides, looking for finding funding and seeing what, but I mean, regardless, on July 15th, the council did, or on April 1st, 2025, we adopted the resolution as an unsafe and dangerous structure. This just assures the city that in parallel with the already existing demolition permit, that demolition proceeds regardless of whether the contractor is able to follow through with it or whether that falls back on the city itself.
Have any of those?
So it's just really a safety net. No,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Have any of those been taken care of, like taxes have been paid? Any of that, has any of that been done?
I do not believe that the taxes have been paid. The roof's not tarp, but I don't know that I would expect it to be at this point, being that we went forward with a demolition permit.
And when's the demo permit, the one they have applied for, when does it expire?
It expires here in a couple weeks, yeah. But at a request of extension with justification. That's what I would request from the contractor, for an extension.
Okay, you got me totally confused. You said that she appealed it, is that right? They suggested that it be not tore down, correct?
Yes, which was...
Correct, and then she said she would appeal it, is that correct?
I could appeal it to so as a building official, I would appeal it to the city council.
Okay. So she got a permit, or they got a permit to tear it down with the contractor. They already asked for a permit, correct?
Yes, they did. And they received a permit.
You gave them a permit to do it?
Yes, we didn't issue the permit because that permit had to go to the Landmark Commission. And at the time of this report, nothing had been done, no contact had been made except some minimal contact by Mr. Fryer, which Matt Williams ended up discussing with Mr. Fryer, and I had several conversations with Mr. Fryer as well.
And so at last night's Landmarks meeting, was it Mrs. Gress and Mr. Fryer who pursued the 1-year extension and to not pursue the demo permit?
I would have to have Mr. Williams answer that.
So R&D Construction and Mrs. Gress were there last night due to their request for demolition. So while they were there requesting demolition, they explained, and they're here tonight, they can probably speak to this, but they explained kind of the situation they found themselves in, felt like they had no choice but to go forth with demolition. But then Landmarks Commission asked them, well, if you had more time, what would you do? So I think that's kind of where Landmarks Commission, they denied the request to demo because they had to, knowing that it would be appealed to City Council, but at the same time, they know that their true deep wish is to renovate the property. if that muddies it up anymore.
It does. Mrs. Gress and Mr. Farrar, can you come up to the podium, please?
I can speak for Susie.
Okay, well, I guess my question is, at the July 15 meeting, the intent was, and our understanding was that you guys were moving forward with the demolition. And so then last night's events essentially turned into you are not moving forward with the demolition, you don't want to, and you have a renewed hope to restore the property?
So we'll go back. I tell by the look on you guys' face, you're just as surprised as we were. We went to the landmark committee and they made that suggestion. So I want to go back to April, the first time I came here, and I did make a recommendation to the city council that 90 days was not enough time. So, I pushed. I worked on the weekends. Steve Garza came out and watched me work on the weekends to try to speed up the process. Like I said, I'm busy, I know enough about the historical landmarks that, I'm dangerous, but I didn't know all the process. We were kind of pushed on a timeline, and we went to the landmark meeting, and in April, you guys said the landmark makes all the decisions. You guys told us we have to go through the landmark. Well, I've discovered that that is not the fact. We went to the June 9th meeting and talked to the landmark and talked to them about installing a metal roof on the structure of the building. The building was made out of used materials, structurally sound, After talking to the architect, what we wanted to do is we wanted to reinforce the trusses that were there and take that load bearing off of the roof. We requested to install a metal roof with the landmark committee, and the landmark committee denied us. So we went back. I talked to Jason at that time, and I think it was July. I'd have to look at my emails. July something. You sent me the process.
Before that July 15th meeting.
It was before the July 15th meeting. Over some of the research that he got after I contacted the state and talked with the state, I realized that we ran out of no time. We could have put it on the agenda to appeal the landmark, and with your permission, we could have put a metal roof on that building. And state sent me an email letting me know that even though it's not recommended to the historical or the landmark, that does not take it off of the historical property or not allow it to have government funding or funds, by making alterations on the building. So by that time, we were already having a meeting. I've talked to Susie. We had no choice. Lose your land or we demo it. So I pulled a comp permit for the demolition. Now I want to remind everybody, I know people say I refuse to. We are still through the application process of my demo permit. I applied for a demo permit. I have not yet been approved to demo the project. So 60 days of the demolition from the time of approval. And I haven't been approved yet. So as soon as I get approved, I'll start the demo process. Now I know that there's a process for the city council to try to save the structure. After going back through the minutes of April, June, I went to the landmark committee. I discovered in September of 2024, the landmark committee had a meeting regarding the Bernards going on the historical. And they have in their notes and minutes that they would help her and support her in any way for being on the national and state historical. Susie and them were never notified of that. So, like I asked the landmark committee, I said, what have you done to help them out? You know, I mean, it says it right there on their City of Hutchinson website that the landmark committee is there to help preserve the National Historical. So I don't think I got any help. If I'd have known June 9th that I could have appealed the metal roof, I probably could have got it on the agenda.
I have a
But I
question about-
didn't know that process yet.
Okay, so in September of 2024, was the, I'm not familiar with the minutes that you're referring to, was the building, was the property an item on the agenda, or was it just discussed in general because we were having the same conversation in this meeting?
I believe that they got notified that Susie was, it was prior to that, she just got awarded to the National and State Historical. And so with that being the case, they notified the local organization, the Hutchinson, since you have your own landmark committee.
Okay, and John's pulling up minutes, I'm gonna look over this order.
So if I remember correctly, this was just a standard meeting that the state notified us that, hey, there's a building within your jurisdiction that's applied for state and National Historic Register. At one of your upcoming meetings, can you review the application and just provide comments? So we didn't have contact information. This wasn't something Susie reached out to us on. This was something the state just asked us to review the application. The Landmarks Commission, they reviewed it, recommended, yes, this looks historic to us, and they made the recommendation that it should be historic. So there wasn't anything more than just reviewing their application and moving it on.
I think the whole purpose of the Landmarks Commission is to help save historic structures. So they've done that. They've done what they're supposed to do as expected. They said, no, you can't tear it down. And now we're tasked with overriding that because Ms. Gress wants to tear it down now and understands there's no path forward. So,
And I think part of this is just a misunderstanding through the city council, the landmark, you know, and even Susie. Susie's been out just grasping for straws and trying to find the way of the process. I dug into it a little deeper. Like I said, I knew enough that I'm dangerous, but once I've dug into it more, and after talking to the state and asking the right questions, Susie even did. She's reached out and tried to talk to grant writers and stuff, you know, on the funding. Well, there's only 43 grant writers for the historical, and there's only 3 in the state of Kansas. And the state sent me that list, and we reached out to them, and they've told us there's funding. You just got to know how to apply for it.
So I just want to be clear of what your goal is tonight. July 9th, the Landmarks Commission denied the metal roof request. And my understanding is from reading stuff from their meeting was that they did talk to you about an alternate solution that would be a lot more expensive, but it would fall in the line with the historical materials. And you guys said you did not want to go that route, right?
Yes.
So is your goal tonight to ask us to approve or to overturn their decision about the metal roof, or are you wanting us to move forward with a demo permit?
I think tonight is just a follow-up. That's what I was told. We're here to just do a follow-up on, you know, what the Landmark Committee said. I mean, I guess you guys have, you have 3 different options, I guess.
You've indicated 2 different goals, though.
Yep.
So we want to do what's right by Susie, obviously. So what are you asking us to overturn, or how do you want us to move forward?
Well, we have 3 options. Demo, or listen to the Landmark Committee 120 days and let us apply and go backwards a little bit. And then I can pull a building permit, put a metal roof on there. The other thing is more feasible, is the one that I, you know, depending on the grant money and time, which 120, I mean, a year, 12 months from Landmark, that really blew me away. So I'm kind of still shocked from 24 hours ago. So the other part is to save portion of the building that is structurally sound, that actually has a good roof, and demo the part that is life and safety with the city violations.
So it's possible for you to move forward with all three of those at the same time, though?
Yes.
We could say, yes, you can do a metal
Yep.
roof. We can say, yes, you can have a year, and we could say,
Yes.
I don't know if it requires a demo permit for a partial demo,
And
does it?
I already
In the
knew,
remodeled building?
I knew part of this. What I wanted to do was save the front of the building, part of the, you have the awning there, you have the doors, you have, this is a historical landmark. We have to put up some type of plaque, some type of, we could do something. So we wanted to save part of that stuff anyways. You could save part of that building and move it backwards. Now, of course, the state and Landmark's always going to say no, because that's their rules. And we can keep on appealing it, and we can keep coming to you guys with the city support to keep on moving forward with the project.
So let's
That's another
assume
option.
that grants take time and are complicated, and there's only 3 in the state of Kansas who even are capable of doing this. If we said yes to a metal roof right now, do you have the funding to do a metal roof right now?
We have materials, yep.
Okay.
We'll have to go backwards again, with the building permit and getting the structural engineer in there again and sending everything in, but yeah. We just ran out of time.
Yeah, no, I know. I think with the lengthy history of the process, going back years, I feel like there wasn't a lot of trust from council extended because of that. And I'm speaking for myself in part, but I mean, the Landmarks Commission is absolutely not going to do you guys any favors. Maybe it will lead to funding, but it is going to complicate every single step of construction or demo along the way. And it's going to add time to every single project, too.
Yep.
Say that again.
The Landmarks Commission is not going to do you any favors. It's going to add time to every single project that you do in there, whether it's interior or exterior. Because if they say no, you have to come to us to say yes. The only thing that it possibly does in your favor is opens you up to funding sources. Or at least that's how I see the situation.
And that's what we were told. And we've already reached out to the grant writer.
Any additional questions for Mr. Fryer or for Mrs. Gress on the item from council?
But like Rick said, we were blown away. They said, no, we want you to stay. You attract tourism for Reno County. They gave us a lot of positive things that we didn't really think about.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, they may not do us no favors, but they are for preservation as well as helping us find money.
I will say at a previous meeting, Mr. Williams did speak on the steps that would need to occur, and then also did advise that when this goes before the Landmark Commission, that they would deny that. I mean, I specifically recall that, and that would be in the minutes.
Yeah, we talked about that at a follow-up meeting as well. Okay, does council have any additional questions? Any remarks?
So what are we going on? We're gonna go for demolition, give them the roof? What are we doing?
Well, I would move to authorize staff to proceed with filing a demolition permit on behalf of the city in conjunction with their building permit that the Landmarks didn't approve, which we knew that. I mean, this has been ongoing for 7 years, guys.
I made a motion, it requires a second.
Okay. Okay.
Richardson,
Yes.
Garza.
You know, this,
You have to vote. You have to vote. Procedurally, you're required to vote.
is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, my God. Jesus.
Who said that? Who said vote no?
Oh, my God. Yes, we'll have to do it, yes.
Fast.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Goss.
No. Okay, so the city will pursue a demolition permit alongside whatever you guys can get done. You still have the opportunity to fix or vacate that goes back to the original ordinance that we passed in April.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 9B, consider an agreement with the Secretary of Transportation, Kansas Department of Transportation for funding of maintenance for state highways.
Evening, Council. Cecil Weibel, Public Works Director. So every year we typically try to reach out for some C-CLIP grants, and this is just one of the ones we've actually started this process in '24. This would be a grant to, it would be for construction part of the lanes on K61 from Avenue G to 17th. It would be a mill and overlay for the main drive lanes and then a chip seal on the shoulder lanes for southbound traffic. This is just kind of completing a project we had started before where we did the northbound lanes. This is some normal maintenance stuff we do with the highway department as part of our maintenance program with them to maintain K61. This grant has been approved by KDOT. This needs to be signed off by the mayor, and it is a grant that pays up to $400,000 that KDOT would supply as an 85% and a 15% split with the city. So if it goes over that, the city would have more, but right now the grant estimates are coming in that we would be able to do that same work we've done in the past for this. So cost for the city would be roughly about $85,000 to get that work done, with KDOT working the $400,000. So that's just kind of an update on it, and then our recommendation for city staff would be for the mayor to sign. This would be for work being done in '26, by the way.
There's no funny bike safety lanes or anything to get this?
Not on this one.
Okay, very good.
On the highway?
It's just a question.
Okay.
Trying to lighten the mood.
They're banned on the highway. That's in the POC.
Sometimes we do things to get money. And I'm just curious what we have to do to get this money.
This one's pretty normal.
Okay.
Yeah, any discussion from council?
No.
Is there anybody in the audience here to speak on this item? Looking for a motion.
I move to approve an agreement with the Secretary of Transportation, Kansas Department of Transportation for funding of maintenance for state highways, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Thank you.
Richardson.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Bass.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Item 9C, Memorial Hall RFPs.
Paul Brown, City Attorney. Council, in your agenda package, you'll find the original request for proposals for Memorial Hall. And the memorandum with some of the conclusions. I want to point out the criteria for these proposals, and it's on the second to the last page of the RFP. It's qualifications of the development team, proposer's financial capacity, project timeline, project viability, level of return and benefit to the city, consistency with adopted plans. We reviewed this as city staff, the city manager, myself, Angela Richards, Matt Williams, Dave Sotelo, and Justin Combs reviewed the proposals submitted. There were two. I would have gotten them into the agenda packet if I could figure out some way to have put this thing in there. This is just one of the proposals. And in some degree of fairness, I didn't put the other proposal in, which was much smaller. Not trying to show any favoritism. And you'll be thankful that I did not send this to you, okay? Because this particular proposal from the shopping center development and consultants is totally unresponsive to the request for proposals about Memorial Hall. It really doesn't talk about Memorial Hall. It has some of their other projects that they've allegedly done around the country. Lots of pictures, lots of Wally's travel plazas and water parks and hotels. And when you get into the bigger packet here, it has a number of pages about Hutchinson, an art and entertainment district for Hutchinson. And estimated summary of project costs, total estimated project costs is a little over $387 million. So when I say that this proposal was not responsive to what we sent out regarding Memorial Hall, that's what I'm talking about. By the way, that figure,
Minnesota.
huh?
Just curious. They sent it to the wrong city?
This value, $387 million, it's just a little lower than the total appraised value of everything in the city of Hutchinson. So we reject that proposal. When we reviewed it, we didn't spend a lot of time on that. And if you're really curious, yeah, oh boy. So back to the other proposal, which is from real people in Hutchinson. Okay? And I want to note the names involved here. They call themselves the Unconvention Hall Team. Uriah Bueller, Laura Meyer-Dick, Councilmember Richardson, Jim Seitnader, Sarah Diamond, Deborah Tufel, and Chris, I believe that's pronounced Cleaver. But that's a good guess on my part. This proposal is about Convention Hall. It proposes actually a number of things within the Memorial Hall, including a public-private partnership, indoor village of businesses and art studios, tiny studios of 60 to 80 individual lockable units within the facility, stage events with unique audience experience, art installations and temporary attractions, a shared commercial kitchen, a recording studio, conference rooms, and a downtown meeting place. We reviewed that. There were some concerns that we looked at. Ambitious, but again, from folks who are sincere, and certainly there are some on that list of names that have proven their love for downtown, and so we know that's legitimate. But it calls for $10 million in capital improvements, with approximately half coming from STAR bonds and state historic tax credits, and the other half from city-issued bonds and/or private investors. It includes a $400,000 annual subsidy from the city. And there's some income projections that include $1,000 a month per rent for each of the tiny studios and some of the other projected income streams like $10,000 a month from the commercial kitchen. We had concerns about the financial viability of the proposal, the risk associated with that, the long-term subsidy, And that's why we don't recommend that proposal to the council. I mean, you've seen the budget. You know how tight it is. We're looking at a possible sales tax proposal in the spring to alleviate some of the pressure on the budget. So this type of proposal and the amounts involved, it is ambitious, but not really realistic. So we don't recommend either one to you, not to belittle the folks who made this proposal, because they are members of our community, they are legitimate, and they are concerned. So no criticism of them personally at all. And that's all I've got.
There's no action required on this item. Does council have any remarks or discussion about the RFPs? Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on this item?
I would say something. All right.
Well, you were on the.
I'm going to speak to that a little bit. And that's because there are a lot of concerned people within the community that want to try to do something. And they see the difficulty is trying to organize what pieces of the checkerboard in our town work together on trying to make something happen with this. And does it complement and bolster other private and nonprofit entities in our community that could use another leg up or another space. So we were trying to find ways to make all those things link together, doing it in such a way where it doesn't really fit the RFP that well, but to show more of there's potential here, if given more time. Knowing full well that the idea is to make it towards a net zero cost to the city.
Yeah, I think the other thing on everyone's mind is the star bond and how would those submissions for RFP play into what we know about the star bond and how that's moving forward. It sounds like they really wouldn't. And so I believe that the next steps would be to submit or to open up, and I'm not making a motion tonight, but we'll open up an RFP for a manager promoter of the building. That would be more in line with the star bond.
I agree, and I'm talking to one that hasn't been mentioned publicly yet, but he's telling me all the things, the interactive things that we've talked about publicly, all the things they can do, working on those conversations. And I think private management company of the building or private promoter, and again, not to compete, as you say, with other not-for-profits or just we'd be very careful and very intentional about what acts might be in there, what ice skating rink, what.
I think everyone that I talked to, their concern was, we just want to see what the highest and best use of the building is. It doesn't, no one actually takes full ownership of one particular idea. It's, hey, what's the highest and best use for this facility? And everyone's in agreement that we don't feel like it's being used or has been used to its highest and best value for the community.
Absolutely. I think that's clear. My intention with the RFP would be, hopefully we can have something, I guess this is my call to action for staff, for council to review. I believe some work has already been done on this front. So my hope would be that we have something for council to review on the 19th of August. Potentially getting this done within 90 days. Anyway, any additional discussion on this item? Next item, please.
Item 9D. Consider acceptance and approval of final plat for Plum Creek replat.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Williams again, Director of Community Development. Tonight I'm presenting the final plat of the Plum Creek replat. Plum Creek replat is a replat of the Plum Creek plat that was approved in 2024. The replat was initiated and includes the following changes. A subdivision variance request to only include sidewalks on one side of the road throughout the subdivision as opposed to both sides of the roads. Moving a sidewalk connection to the school, the shifting of a utility easement, and the removal of a pedestrian easement. Planning Commission reviewed this plat at their meeting on June 24th. During the review, the applicant was granted the subdivision variance pertaining to the sidewalks. There were no comments received from the public, and the Hutchinson Planning Commission recommended approval of the replat to City Council by a vote of 4-1. So I do have some drawings of the plat here, including sidewalks. I've got the final plat. We can zoom in on any of this if there's any questions. I've got a sketch here that kind of shows the 3 phases of Plum Creek. The red section being the first phase that is under construction right now. Be happy to answer any questions with this. I know we also have the developer here.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so the staff recommendation to planning and zoning was that it be approved without the variance. Is that correct? That's what this says on page 4.
Can you hand me that real quick so I speak correctly?
So my question is, the staff request to planning and zoning was to approve it without the variance, but the staff request to us is to approve it as is with the variance.
Okay, yes. So the staff report you have here, this is the Planning Commission staff report when it was presented there.
Yes.
So for the preliminary plat, we noted the request for the variance, recommended that it not be approved because in order to recommend a variance, there has to be something unique about the property. There wasn't something unique about this property. The developer, Strawn, made the argument that it should be approved, and Planning Commission ultimately approved it.
And so
at this point, we are recommending the approval of a plat that the variance has already been approved on.
So essentially, like, we would be upholding the decision of planning and zoning. So the variance requested did not meet the 4 criteria. Can you speak to that?
Let me see if that's included in here. I don't have the 4 criteria from the subdivision regulations in front of me, but I'm fairly sure that, like I said, in order to recommend approval of a variance, subdivision variances are a little different than our normal zoning variances, but you have to prove that the property is unique, that if everybody in the city has to follow a certain code, why does this city not have, or this development not have to follow a code? This development is not unique in any way topographically or something like that would make building a sidewalk hard. So we would have denied, that would have been a reason for not recommending it. Another one is, does it align with the code in general? Well, the code requires the sidewalks on both sides of the street, so requesting only one side of the street would not be in alignment with that. And then usually there's a hardship question. Is it presenting a hardship to the developer to put in sidewalks on both sides of the street? Because that's a requirement for everybody. We would not have said it was a hardship.
So the request met one of the criteria, and the other 3 were no. Can I have my notes back, please?
Yes.
So I guess the thing I'm struggling with is the way that planning and zoning made their decision, it doesn't seem to be in line with the way that they're advised to make their decisions in general, considering that this did not meet the criteria. And I understand that there was discussion about the subdivision regulation requirement of sidewalks on both sides of the street in general. However, as it stands today, the subdivision regulation does require on both. I guess I just don't see this, speaking to the hardship, I don't see this as a hardship to the builder or the developer, considering it's been code for a while. The developer has built homes in the city in the past. This is not an obscure or strange code to begin with. And the claim of the $2,000 cost of a sidewalk per house, I don't foresee that being a savings that's directly passed on to the homeowner. So I would encourage council to vote against this item.
I would agree with that. I'm very fortunate to have grandkids in other communities, and also there's usually sidewalks on both sides of the street. They're growing communities. There's young people that are moving there, living there. I think we need to make an intentional effort to try to attract those people. And I think the younger folks, I think that the folks that are going to buy these houses, school teachers, firefighters, policemen, probably have small kids. I feel like, I just feel like it's probably the right thing to do. And I mean, I don't know. I think the people that would be buying these houses aren't gonna, I think they would want sidewalks in there.
Well, and that's hard to say.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't have a crystal ball, but we can all speak to and draw from our own experience. I live in a house that does not have, we don't have sidewalks in my neighborhood on either side. And my house was built in 62, I think. And it sucks. Like, you teach your kid how to ride his bike in the street, and you just hope that the cars are gonna go slow that day. It's not beneficial. A friend of mine shared on social media that when there's a sidewalk on one side of the street, all the people walk their dogs on that side, and then the dogs poop on that in those yards and not in the other yards. And I was like, well, that's one argument for, I suppose, if you're on the properties with no sidewalk, that's a benefit. But this just seems like a detriment. And again, we're trying to make decisions for people that we don't even know. But all the people I've talked to have told me they want sidewalks on both sides of the street.
I live in a neighborhood with no sidewalks. I don't want sidewalks in front of my house. I don't mind the idea of having a sidewalk in the neighborhood, but I think a lot of people are mistaken. And maybe I'm getting off a little bit here. We have a rule to have sidewalks on both sides of the street. I get that. I don't necessarily agree with that rule, but that's a different story. We have rules in place. They were in place when the subdivision came up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the variances were met, but the planning commission saw to it that they feel that the need for the variance was met. So I struggle with that aspect. For me personally, I don't think people realize or take into consideration the responsibility they have and the cost they have having a sidewalk in front of their house. They don't realize that it's their responsibility to replace, repair, fix, maintain the sidewalk. And we see that in our community all the time. People think it's someone else's responsibility to take care of the sidewalk in front of their house, and it's not.
Yeah.
Plus the cost of tearing out a sidewalk and putting it back if you have to change things, utilities and whatnot. So I think there's something to be said about having sidewalks, but I also think there's something to be said about some people don't want a sidewalk in front of their new house.
Then they don't have to buy those homes, though.
Okay, so don't move here. is what we were saying.
No.
I'm saying the opposite, John.
I'm saying, hey, if we have a place where you have the option of having a sidewalk in front of your house or not, you could live in the same neighborhood. If you have sidewalks on one side of the street, you pick the house on the other side of the street.
I get that. This property these properties are a stone's throw from an elementary school.
Can I ask a question on that? Because it said adding a sidewalk to the elementary school. How does our decision here affect that part? Is this throw it all out or the replat? Sorry, I see you raising your hand.
It was a request to move a sidewalk connection. So there was a sidewalk connection that came from this portion and went up the back of these lots here and then to the school. And that is gone, and now it's just connecting from the street here to the west to the school, so between two lots.
Okay.
So I guess if my recommendation would be, because there's a couple of cleanup things on this plat, if you disagree with the sidewalk variance, to approve the plat subject to sidewalks being on both sides of the street.
Mayor and council, I do want to add a few things to this discussion. So I happen to have the submitted by the developer, the Plum Creek RHID MIH grant. So within the proposal, it was the improvements such as design, water, sewer, stormwater, curb and gutter, streets, electric, gas, and sidewalks would be funded by bonds through the city of Hutchinson and paid through by property taxes. It was also noted that at the August 6th, 24 council meeting, as stated by the developer, that it was promised that sidewalks would be on both sides. So it's just sticking to the original agreement of what was promised in the grant.
Thank you. Matt, can you repeat what you were saying just a minute ago?
The replat includes a few cleanup things. For example, moving an easement, moving the sidewalk connection, which I really think does make sense. So if you wanted to approve it, I would request that you approve the replat. But if you want sidewalks on both sides of the street, you approve the replat with that adjustment. And then we can get that worked out in the background and get a drawn-up plat that includes sidewalks on both sides of the street and get that signed.
Wouldn't the original plat have sidewalks on both sides of the street?
It does, but it doesn't include the other updates that we need.
Yeah. So it's just a matter of like putting these two together.
Yes. For the designer, it would be very easy to just add them back.
Well, and I feel like, I think a statement was made and an argument has been made of when you put in sidewalks, then you just tear them up as you build the house. And that's really a logistical thing that a developer, a builder needs to figure out the timing of when to pour the sidewalks. And that's, I don't really see that as an argument.
And on this development, actually, they're only putting the sidewalks in after the houses are built.
Great, so that's a moot point. Thank you.
Real fast question, so I can understand this. You're approving that we will put both sidewalks on both sides of the streets, right?
Say that again?
You want, your approval is to put sidewalks on both sides of the street.
My recommendation is to approve the plat as recommended by Planning Commission, which is sidewalks only on one side of the street.
The confusion came in because at the planning commission meeting, staff recommended staying with two sidewalks. Planning commission voted 4-1 to give the variance to go back to one sidewalk. So he's following what the planning commission recommends.
Yeah.
Because that's a voting.
My recommendation went to them, their recommendation goes to you.
The only way I would be okay with one sidewalk on one side was if that cost savings went to the actual homeowner and not the developer, I guess. And I don't know how that, how that plays in either. Because, there's neighborhoods all over the city of Hutch with no sidewalks and people seem to get along just fine without them. So, I would be okay with one as long as I know that cost savings would go to the actual people buying the homes, because I know that we've given, there's funding going to this development to help with it as well, with infrastructure and everything else. And so I would feel like that'd be something that could be pushed to the homeowner. Just my 2 cents.
I don't know how you ensure that.
Through the specials would be different on different properties. But
I don't know, it's just I'm just curious.
the way that the specials are assessed is based on, correct me if I'm wrong, the whole of the infrastructure that's put in the neighborhood, not in particular what is in front of that one property. So is that correct?
I believe that might be a question for Angela, but I believe it's all being divided amongst
So
the
like
properties.
we're taking $3 million of infrastructure and dividing it over 80 houses, and I made up those numbers, but that's how you calculate specials.
That is correct. I would.
So you can't, so you can't say that this house doesn't have a sidewalk, so it doesn't have that $2,000 of specials on it.
So it's assessed every house, not just, which one's
divided by every house.
Angela Richard, Finance Director. Our goal on this first phase is not to have specials on the property. That's why we have the RHID. The hope is that the incremental tax on the properties will pay what should have been through specials. So that's kind of irrelevant in this first phase.
For the first phase.
Yeah.
But phase 2 and 3 will have specials if they're built.
To be determined, I guess.
Okay.
I just can't believe I can't talk. Am I open to be able to come up and have a conversation?
Yeah, when we're ready.
Okay.
Does staff have, or does council have any additional questions or remarks for staff?
Do these changes affect does it put any risk to our grant funding at all?
We'd have to look at that.
Good question. Does staff have any questions for Mr. Strong? I'm sure we do. Mr. Strong, if you could come up to the podium, please.
It's okay if I come up now?
Yes, please.
I can't say as I was 100% prepared for this evening. I kind of thought this would go a little bit smoother. So to give you, from the start, when this is the first time that the city of Hutchinson's had an RHID. And the reason that it's taken so long to put an RHID in is because that housing has been so slow here. We have lots in subdivisions still in Hutchinson that over a 20-year special payout, we still have lots that now I've paid the specials out on. I bet I got a half a dozen or better. So I've paid all those specials for 20 years. I guess my point to that is everybody's all excited about getting housing going and things like that. But we haven't had enough housing to have the impact to be able to use up the lots that I've put in. I've sent, I couldn't tell you how many times I put out maps. I'll bet I put in better than 15 streets in Hutchinson, Kansas, built hundreds of houses here. And I think I know the market pretty well. I'm not meaning anything, but I know exactly what, all the details on this. So the RHID is set up to where the city and the county and the schools and the college all agree that they're going to have a minimum amount of property taxes that we pay or the homeowner pays over that 20-year period. And what that does is it pays for the infrastructure. So again, this is the first RHID. They've done them in a lot of other communities, but and probably we haven't done one here is because I'm not going to open up another subdivision until I get rid of the lots that I have in subdivisions that have specials on them, or I'd never get rid of those lots. So we're, again, the first developer in Hutchinson, Kansas to do an RHID. We've been fortunate enough to get some MIH grants. We've got some other funding, and we've got an unbelievable program up there. But
the city of Hutchinson put a cap on the RHID of a 1.3 million, I think it's like 1.2 or 1.3 million dollars. So far, I've spent over $500,000 out of my pocket in that subdivision, paying for things that were unexpected. The costs, we talked about working with the city about taking the parking lot for the pool out. Well, that got put in, so I'm sure I'll get billed for that. But we've also had to pay for all the underground electric. I mean, we're having expenses that are coming up that are causing our lots to be a lot more expensive than a typical RHAD because our expenses are high. We put a lift station in there. That lift station was $320,000. Okay, I got to be able to put that out on a special. That's the only thing that I've put out on special assessments. So I've had to pay for all the other. I wrote a check to the city of Hutchinson for $302,000. I mean, this isn't, and then all I'm asking for is a little bit of help. I've got a ton of help from the county, and I got 2 grants from the county for that location, and the MIH. But I've asked for other things from the city of Hutchinson here, like I'd like to see if they would help me out with my engineering fees or my inspection fees. I've had to pay for all my own engineering fees, and typically all these things go out on RHID. So right now, I'm north of $500,000 into this thing, and all I'm asking you to do is look at the one thing is the sidewalks. At this point, is just the sidewalks, but the sidewalk program just got started. I don't know how was it. Do you remember when the sidewalk program got into play? I bet that was when, trying to think of who was that was back when John was here, but that was done when there was a group of people. Jade Pyrus D. Corvella was here then, and there was some other people, and their goal was to get sidewalks on both sides of the streets. I fought that. And I got pretty upset with the city when they passed it. But there hasn't been a subdivision built in Hutchinson, Kansas that's required the sidewalks on 2 sides of the streets, because this is the first subdivision where streets have been built since that sidewalk got passed, which, I don't know, 5 years ago, something like that. So all I'm asking you to do, and there's a lot of people out that don't want sidewalks in front of their streets. They don't want kids. This is going to be a young family and a seniors wanting to downsize. This is what I see that neighborhood to be. But you have people out there that, and the other thing is we're attached to the hike and bike trail. So if kids and people want to go ride bikes, we've got the hike and bike trail right there. We've got the school there for a playground. There's all kinds of places for those kids to play, but there's a lot of people, especially seniors, that do not want to have sidewalks. They don't want to have to worry about scooping the snow. A lot of people don't like scooping the snow in the wintertime. They don't like people walking their dogs and doing their business in their yard. Kids riding bicycles through their yard. There's just all kinds of reasons. But people, by putting sidewalks on 2 sides of the street, you take the option away from the buyer. And if the buyer wants a sidewalk, then buy a lot where you have a sidewalk on your side of the street if it's important to you and your kids, because these sidewalks are connected to the school. But there's people that don't want them, so let the people have it. We developed over 100 lots in McPherson. McPherson, their regulation there is sidewalks on one side of the street. And before they put in this most recent sidewalk, it's not really a code. What do you call that? It's just not a recommendation, but it's something that they requested that we do. But like I said, it hasn't been done. We'll be the first one to put sidewalks on 2 sides of the street. But at the end of the day, there's people that don't want it. And you took 80 lots up there. We have approximately 80 lots. And if you take that sidewalk at the cost today of being $2,000, that's, $160,000. Cut that in half, that's $80,000 per, I mean, it's $1,000 a house. And so these are entry level and senior citizens, and they're fighting for their money. And my goal is to try and keep affordable housing in Hutchinson, Kansas. That's what your if you look at your housing study, I've highlighted that in the housing study. They recommend that you should be looking at sidewalks on one side of the street because it does save money. And when you're adding up those dollars, it matters. Because, I mean, it's going to get passed on. But there's a lot of people that don't want it. I didn't mean to ramble that long. I should have had, I would have been more prepared if I was expecting that there was people that were that concerned about it. So anyway, any questions I could answer for you?
What is in phase one?
What is in phase one? Mm-hmm. 30 homes.
Are they duplexes or single family?
Some duplexes. But no, we're looking at selling those as twin homes now. Because we like the rental market, but when we looked at the rental market, we couldn't get them to cash flow. So we're probably going to be selling them off in halves, and they'll probably go to seniors. We're looking at, because we'll have a mix of young families in there, and the core area, if you have that map up, right in here, this is where the duplexes and things are along here. But this core area right here, and these duplexes, we're thinking that's got to go to senior housing. That's, and those duplexes will be selling to individuals.
The two basement digs you have going on right now, those
They're sold.
duplexes or single families?
They're single family.
Okay.
And we have probably 3 or 4 more looking. But we've been fortunate. We've got some terrific grants. And if you look at just this one other thing, on this RHID, the incentives are really critical for the young families. But on this RHID, by being able to do that and have very little specials, we're projecting the specials to be coming in somewhere between, I go by the month, between $20 to $30. Like right now, we're dealing with a problem with our lift station. We're trying to get power to the lift station, and the power of the lift station, it looks like it's going to run us about $30,000 because Evergy doesn't run the same transformers for the lift station pumps that we're ordered. So we're still fighting, challenges there. Anyway.
So.
But I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to this RHID. If you look at what that saves my buyer, let's say, because in a newer subdivision with the specials, if they were on a subdivision like this, I'll bet they'd be between $275 and $300 a month. Okay, you take that and you knock off $30 off of that. Okay, let's say you get down to $250 a month. You take that $250 a month and you take that times 12, and then you take that times 20. That saved that buyer $60,000 is what that just did. That's my customer. With the MIH grants we've got, I can stack grants right now. I've got $9,000 from the county. I got another $6,000 from the county for first-time home buyers. I've got incentives. I've got major incentives. All I'm asking the city for right now is let me put sidewalks on one side of the street. Because that's what the customers, I think they should deserve the opportunity to decide what they want. I do agree with a sidewalk plan. I think it is important to have sidewalks. But I don't know if it's that important to have them on both sides of the street. I don't think there's not that many people that want them on. There are a lot of people that just don't care to have sidewalks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ramble, but.
What, those houses you're putting in now, what's going to be the selling price for those?
They're going to be between $250, well, yeah, they're all over, because I've got 2 of them going in there. 2 of them are first-time home buyers, picked up that first-time home buyer grant. They both picked up, everybody up there gets the lot grant from the county. And then, but those home prices are going to be, from what I'm seeing right now, they're going to be between $250 and $400. And it's, and we'll have some in there probably in the 2.25 range, some zero entry.
I disagree with your statement that these are entry-level homes. 250 to 400 is not, I don't think that that's what's considered an entry-level home. During the planning commission meeting, you stated that the specials would be $200 to $300 a month on these properties.
Well, they would be if we didn't have the RHID.
Okay, I guess this is a little,
And I'm telling you, I don't think you can find another builder in Hutchinson that's going to build for less than what we've been building for. We focus in that area. And I've been to Marion. I built these MIH homes in Marion. I built them in Lyons. I built them in Mountain Ridge. I just finished 10 of them in McPherson in a subdivision that we put in McPherson. We did a subdivision in Inman. I mean, I build these things, and you can't build a house for under $200,000. I mean, you got to have free land and a whole lot of free stuff, because you're not going to build if you're looking for new housing. And my impression was that everybody's wanting new homes built in Hutchinson, Kansas. I'm trying to tell you, that's what I'm here for. That's what I do. I built the same things in McPherson. I built the same things in Inman, Mound Ridge, Marion, Lyons. Now I'm just focusing on Hutchinson. I got like, I think, 20, 25 MIH homes, but we got up to like 50. So the opportunity's there. And I mean, we're moving. So we have probably at least 2 or 3 or 4 more. And we have a couple of other homes going in, a couple of other subdivisions now that the specials are paid out. But, I'm running out of lots in my other subdivisions. So my specials are paid off in those now. So the opportunity for these people, I mean, go to Wichita and see what a new home costs over there. See what their specials are.
I would like to say something. The statement that the city hasn't done anything and that the county has is not true. The city bonded the infrastructure. We served as the applicant and project manager for RHID and MIH grant. Several changes and tweaks have been made, and we were able to handle those administratively, like the tweaking of the entrance from 43rd going into the subdivision to when you pulled building permits, and it was a little unconventional in the request for the approval, but we did approve that because we want housing.
Approve what now?
For the building permits, Jason, if you recall, and how you wanted to construct the homes and when you could get a building permit.
You're just allowing me to pay for the building permit, but you let me start early.
It was unconventional in how you were doing it, so it's not a true statement that the city has done nothing, is what I want to say. So to be clear for the record, the city has been helping a lot with this.
Okay. Excuse me.
Thank you.
I guess my concern is why promise both sides of the street sidewalks in your application?
Because I didn't care. I mean, if the RHID is going to pay for it, it doesn't matter to me. They can put it in, I'll tear it out, take half of it to the dump, and throw it in the dump. Once we get done building the house, then we'll finish pouring the sidewalk. The only reason I'm pouring the sidewalk is because I'm going to have to, because the RHID is short on money. City limited on me on the RHID, so they've capped themselves. Now, I may be able to come back to that RHID, but that has to be paid off. That'll be 20 years from now if I get any funds back. But I've spent I don't think you're going to find another developer going to walk into Hutchinson, Kansas and drop down over $500,000 and start building houses. So anyway,
Mr. Sean, you mentioned that one of your unexpected expenses was putting the electrical underground, but that's code for all new developments, isn't it?
It's what now?
Putting the infrastructure underground, burying your electrical and your utilities. That's required for all new developments, isn't it?
Electrical and gas.
Right.
Other than that, that's it. But I have to pay for those. But anything, an idea, when the city capped this project at 1.2, I'm saying $1.2 million. Right. I think the estimate came in at 1.7, 1.8. So I knew I was going to have to write a check. In an average subdivision, we don't write checks. Everything goes out on specials. So I'm taking this money out of my pocket. So what it's doing, it's elevating my lot prices. So I'm looking for anything I can do to try and help save some money on my lot prices because it goes to my buyer. I'm going to make the same thing on every house that I build. Okay, that's not going to change. It just depends on, you know, what other expenses I've got. And so if we have to do, all I'm looking for is to try and save some money. And it's going to go to my homeowner.
I
Anyway.
guess I'm a little confused because it seems like the business model is that everything is a pass-through to the home buyer, but yet you're saying that this is going to save you money, $1,000 per lot.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I've said, so far I've had to write a check for 300 and some thousand to the city. I've had to pay for my own engineering fees. That's right about $200,000. And then I can just keep going, but these are expenses that I've paid out of pocket that the RHID is not covering. And that's unusual. So my lot prices are high a little bit, but now that we've got the county to come in and help us out with that, that's helped us out with some. And, I'm just looking at every angle because I wasn't expecting this $30,000 bill coming in trying to get power from Evergy to this lift station because Evergy doesn't sell the transformer that runs the power to the pumps that make these things happen. That's going to fall on my shoulders. I'll get more bills. And anyway, that kind of is what that kind of is. I hope I'm answering your questions. I just wasn't as prepared as I normally would be. Any other questions I could answer for you? Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional remarks from council?
I think getting back to the root question in this, and that is the variance that's been approved by planning and zoning on a 4-to-1 vote for having one sidewalk versus two brings into the question whether that actual subdivision regulation should be reviewed by planning and zoning and either updated and amended, or because they don't believe that it needs to be on both sides of the street, and that's why this variance went through. That would be cleaner, but I think it raises another question, and it would be cleaner if the regulation was changed versus giving a
Right,
variance.
philosophically, they could have taken up that charge at the July 24th meeting, or June 24th meeting, when they had this discussion. They didn't.
Right.
They could have changed the regulation that day. They didn't. They granted a variance that, by staff's own account and according to all of our documents, the variance does not meet the criteria of a variance.
I could reply to that.
Okay.
It was a timing issue. We didn't have time, Matt, if I'm right, we didn't have time to go back and change all that because we had to get this plat done. I'm holding to get this plat done. How long would it take us to change the regulation on the sidewalks? I mean, I bet that's going to take 3 to 6 months.
The question.
I would be guessing. And we're,
I said they could have changed the.
Yeah, I mean, changing that regulation
on the
would probably take
It would have sent it
several
back to
months.
us.
I mean, we'd want that to be more of a discussion than just planning commission that night deciding to change the regulation. But I mean, the preliminary plat and final plat for Plum Creek was approved last year, and we just got the replat a couple months ago. So it is a time crunch at this point.
It's a time crunch because there's a replat. If there were no replat, there would not be a time crunch.
Correct. It's a time crunch because he's requesting changes this close to when he's requesting building permits.
And according to the RHID, isn't there some kind of timeline of when things have to be built? Or how many things have to be built by a certain time?
That would live in the developer's agreement. Angela, would you know off the top of your head on that? Okay. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I'm real curious. Come on, one more time. I got one question for you, okay? You say that your lift stations, they have to have a special transformer. What kind of voltage is the lift stations taking?
Some kind of, I don't know.
Is it
Well, I've got
three-phase?
Zener, I shouldn't have said, yeah, I've got between Evergy and electricians and the boring people, I've spent over a week and a half trying to figure out, and we've requested, let me think, the pump information from APAC that the city required. So the city required a certain lift station.
Right.
Probably because the lift stations are, they probably buy a lot of the same parts. So if you have 6 different kinds of lift stations, or I don't know how many lift stations there are in Hutchinson. This is only the second one that I've ever put in. The last one was $65,000. But anyway, Evergy no longer has the transformers that are required where we could actually hook up the lift station off of all the underground electric that I'm having to pay for. Because, and the boring to get it all put in. I mean, those are things that, you know, we're taking care of. And so I just couldn't tell you, but we're still trying to size the wire because we're having to pull about 600 feet of wire from where Evergy's next biggest pole is that they're going to set a transformer. It is pretty complicated, and it's quite lengthy, and I still don't understand it. So I'm trying to get a meeting with my engineer, the city engineer, APAC, Evergy, and electrician, so we can figure out, size this wire right to make sure that, because we're pulling it a long ways. It's coming,
Yes.
okay,
it's
I'm
called
sorry,
voltage
I'm
drop. You're
repeating
correct.
myself.
Now, I used to be the electrician for the city of
Yeah.
Hutch. You were
Mhm.
240 Delta. And they set the poles, I think it's 128 feet that they have a specific spec that they only go to. And if they can't get that far, then they, like you say, they have to do something
Yeah,
different.
and Evergy will bring the pole in from the one
lines, yeah.
side of by the hike and bike trail. They're going to pull it in that way because it's too far to get it off of 43rd.
Correct.
So they're going to drop a transformer there, and then they drop down, and I got to pay for the boring. But anyway, they give us the conduit, and we have to put the conduit in, but they pull the wire in to this first. I forget what, power stand or something like that. There's like 4 of those we have to put in order to keep boosting that
Correct.
power that far.
Yes, sir. I
Yeah.
understand. Now I understand what you're saying.
And I still don't. But anyway, thank you.
Yep.
Any remarks from council? So, as I said, I am advocating for sidewalks to remain on both sides. I understand that there are always unexpected costs with a project, but for a project that's been going on this long, with this many layers, I just find it hard to believe that the items mentioned were a surprise. I understand the limitations of the RHID funding and that it's capped at a certain level. However, when you're building on the edge of town and we're advised a lift station would be required and power isn't ran out there already and we have to build roads and all of these things, like these weren't surprises. We were also told a year ago, like you said, and I recall this in our meeting, that this neighborhood would have sidewalks on both sides of the streets. And I feel like it's important to stick to what we committed to a year ago. And longer than that with the RHID grant. So I will make a motion to I'm going to throw out a hypothetical to you, Matt, and please tell me if I got this correct, understanding my intention of what I just stated. If I make a motion to approve the plat without sidewalks on one side, how would I want to word that?
I'd make a motion to approve the Plum Creek replat with the modification that sidewalks be on both sides of the street, as was shown in the original plat.
Did you get that? Paul? Okay, so moved. That is my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Mary, please call roll.
Richardson,
No.
Garza,
It's gonna cost more money to put 2 sidewalks in. How you-
Garza, you have to vote.
Here we go, no. Jeez.
Fast,
Yes.
Magers,
No.
Goss.
Yes. So my understanding is that anything that we do to overturn anything that we would do that varies from a planning decision requires a supermajority. Is that correct? So if we approve this.
Not on plats.
Not on a replat?
That has to do with zoning,
Okay.
not plats.
Okay, thank you. So, to approve it as written in the minutes would require just a simple majority then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I would motion to accept and approve the final plat for Plum Creek replat.
Is there a second?
Second.
Richardson,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Fast,
No.
Magers,
Yes.
Goss.
No. Motion carries.
Item 9E, sales tax discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Enrico Villegas, City Manager. At the last meeting,
Can we just take a break?
Yeah.
For 5 minutes? Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. We are back, and Enrico, I apologize I cut you off. Everybody needed a potty break. So
I'm glad you did, so.
please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Enrico Villegas, City Manager. At the last council meeting, I was directed to provide a recommendation on whether we were to put a sales tax on the ballot for November or sometime thereafter. After consultation and really good discussion with all of the department heads and kind of really weighing pros and cons and any risks associated with going on any ballot, I feel very strongly that it would be in the best interests of the city if we were to go in the spring and not this November. That would give us plenty of time to formulate like a plan and strategy. While I certainly can appreciate and respect wanting to be fiscally conservative and to save money instead of putting something on a special election. However, the cost of doing so seemed fairly nominal in the grand scheme of what else we would be trying to achieve. So that's really it for this one. I can certainly stand for any questions that you may have. I don't have a fancy presentation for this one.
So my only comment was I kind of pushed to get more information on the sales tax, and after talking to community members and other people involved, I just feel like I think that's the better move is to push it off until spring. I really want to do it so we can save it in November, but again, I'm fine with pushing it off till spring too.
And I think part of the concern was that even after it's approved, then there's a delay of when it's begun collecting, and then there's a 2-month delay on when it's actually received. So I understand that the goal was to, if it's approved, get it started as quickly as possible. However, if the city's best interest is served by it passing, then it makes sense to give it a fair shot via a special election. Any remarks from council about sales tax discussion? Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 9F, Crime Stoppers discussion.
I promise I'll keep it short.
You need an award.
Good.
So does
Vote
your
for
date.
it.
So does your date you're missing.
Hey, he understands.
All right.
He's a lawyer. Okay, anyway, I'm Jackie
Ma'am,
Ashcroft.
there you go. Thank
I'm
you.
the current chairperson, president, whatever, of Reno County Crime Stoppers. And it's been brought to our attention in the last few months that by some residents of some of the smaller subdivisions around town, that they've had some increased presence of vagrants, suspicious activity, especially some of the areas like Farmington and stuff, that where they have parks, that people have been loitering, and some interesting activity. And so they had approached us with an idea, and one of our members was willing to write a grant, and we understand the complexity of that. But anyway, we have written a grant through the, or are in the process, through the Hutchinson Community Foundation to propose some signage because I understand that we have the neighborhood watch and so forth, but this is a much more proactive sign. It would be a sign that would have the number that you can text an anonymous tip into, it goes directly into a call center, and then it's handled through, Officer Collins could probably explain that a little more. They go through a call center, and then they're sorted out, and then the officers receive those. And also, we now have come into the 21st century, we have a QR code, and people could just take a picture of that off of the sign. We've got an estimate from Lowen's, and we could get 100 signs with posts, and then we could also get 50 signs without posts that could be screwed onto buildings or whatever. But these would be relevant all over Reno County because, the smaller towns, Haven, Pretty Prairie, Bueller, Nickerson, and so forth. But primarily they would be, featured around Hutchinson. And like I said, it's just a more proactive deterrent for the neighborhood crime. And I don't think any of us doubt that is an issue. And we are applying for a grant of $5,337. And as I said, we do have a hard estimate from Lowens for this. What I am asking you is, number one, we would need approval to put these on city property or on the right-of-ways. And also, if it would be possible for the ones with the pole to maybe get some assistance in placing them, because that's not an area that we don't have much equipment in Crime Stoppers. But we would, and some of them could possibly even be attached to the neighborhood watch as an extension of that. I don't know how prevalent or how many of those there are around town. But we're just trying a lot of different ways. We're trying to get some speakers in to speak to our young people because of some of the things that are going on. Of course, anybody that has kids knows about TikTok and Instagram and everything that the kids are feeding on. And so we try to be proactive on dealing with our schools. We have signage in most of the county schools that goes in the bathroom because we know where the kids go with their phones. And we have the text number on those signs that are in the bathrooms in the schools. So this isn't our first attempt at this, but we just feel like that with the prevalence of a homeless population and some of the situations that are going around, some of them would just like to, when I was listening to some of the number of calls in these empty buildings, it really made me realize what the situation is with people getting into other people's property and so forth. And so we would just ask, one, permission to place the signs around the city, and then two, if possible, any help with installing them.
So we do have a very specific sign code that I'm sure this would fall into. Justin? Are you asleep? Okay. That this would fall under the sign code, and I feel like this would be applicable, and it would be fine. Also, Jack would go spray and find all the lines for you before anybody puts any posts in the ground.
That's a good point. That's why we didn't want to install them ourselves.
He'll stay busy with that. As far as future support, so the high schoolers, it's a ways out, but they do Assault Hawk Service Day, which is in May, end of May. This is something that they could help with also.
Yeah.
So
well, and that's what, like we said, Rise Up Reno County, different things like that. We've had, we try to support anything like that, and we do. We have when we have our state convention, we have a Scholastic Day where kids come in and we work with the SROs and stuff and the students, and just really, start from the grassroots level to do that.
absolutely. And so, are you looking for a letter of support for your grant application? Or have you already submitted your grant application?
The grant is ready to go. It would
Okay.
just be, we just knew that we would have to have permission from you guys to do that. Basically, the grant is just to cover the cost of the signs.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So.
I think that we can definitely support in this. Are there any remarks from council?
I'm on board.
Does anybody want to say no to the nice little old lady who's asking for help?
Who's about to take a nap here?
Okay. Yeah, Justin's going to be your guy about the signage.
Okay.
And yeah, I think this is a great idea. Thank you for coming.
When will you know on your grant?
It has to be submitted by August 15th, which is, we have a meeting tomorrow night.
Okay.
And I think it's sometime in September we should know.
Okay, great.
So we're looking forward to it. And we, like I said, Jane Holzrichter is writing it for us. She's one of our members. And she's experienced with all that lingo. So we appreciate it. And like I said, it could be that there's some areas that we could combine them with the neighborhood watch. But I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
The next item, please.
9G.
Thank you.
Consider approval of memorandum of understanding between Growth Incorporated and the City of Hutchinson.
Yeah, you're up, Deborah.
Good evening, Council. I'm Deborah Tufel with the Hutch Chamber, and in this case, I'm standing before you as the president of Growth, Inc. As you may know, about 2 years ago, we applied for and were awarded some base grant funds through the Kansas Department of Commerce as a pass-through for some federal grant programs. And the initial award agreement was signed in June of 24, and we proceeded to purchase and acquire some land under that grant. But this last $1 million of the grant, we need to work on some engineering and pre-construction and some preliminary roadway improvements that are listed in the scope of this grant agreement. And as the awardee of the grant, we can work with subrecipients. So the city would be a subrecipient in this case that would go out through their engineering team for procurement of these particular services, which are public utilities essentially. So the request before you today is to enter into a memorandum of understanding between Growth, Inc. and the city of Hutchinson. We've met with the state grant administrator on this, and this does fall within what is allowed. But in order for me to pass through funds for the scope of work to the city for the work, we need to have an MOU between the two entities. So that's the request.
And to provide a little bit more context, Mayor and Council, this would help reimburse or pay the city as we look at studies to get water to large users. So this is the type of thing that this money would be used for. So
there are 3 items specified, some roadway design and engineering on Mills Avenue and McNew, and then some preliminary work on Mills Avenue, and then, yes, the water and sewer utility design to make the site more marketable. Currently, we have a great piece of land. It has great attributes, highway access, rail access, great location. It was annexed into the city. But in order to demonstrate to projects that we can timely deliver utilities to the site, this is a really important next step to make it truly marketable for industrial purposes.
I've read the MOU, and I feel like I have a good understanding of this. I don't have any additional questions. Does anyone on council have any questions about this? So just to be clear, to put this in lay terms, this is not us giving Growth Inc. $1 million, correct?
No, actually, it would be the $1 million that Growth Inc. has received. We will draw it down from Commerce when each of these are put out for a bid. But Growth Inc. would actually be paying the city the $1 million for these scopes of work. Yes.
Thank you.
I move to approve that memorandum of understanding between Growth, Inc. and the city of Hutchinson and authorize the mayor to sign.
A second.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Nagers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item number 10, report of city officials.
It's like you turn the page but wait, there's more. Mr. Garza, you are up first, sir.
How come it says Richardson first, then Garza?
We can do him first. Let's
Yeah.
make him go first.
You
John,
go.
you are up first.
I'd like to note that I appreciate the efforts the fire department went through on their school supply drive. I hope it went really well. I think there were some comments that it's obvious that people are seeing some tight pockets because of the cost of school supplies this year, so that I think that was a good thing to do. I did notice the new sign at the sports arena. I think it says City of Hutchinson Sports Arena now. I like it. And then I've also noticed, at least in my area of town, I've seen a lot of people walking house to house, either looking at giving bids or taking pictures and reaching to the front door and talking to people. If you feel uncomfortable, don't be afraid to ask to see their peddler's license. Even if they say they're not actually selling anything, they're there to take bids or to take information so they can give you a bid later. It puts them on notice that they should be getting a peddler's license no matter what, I believe, and just explain to them that we've had some bad apples in the neighborhood in the past, and so it'd be a good idea for them, if they want to be a legitimate business, to be licensed. That's all I've got.
And you're up, Steve.
Okay. First of all, I had a big decision as part of being a commissioner. I take being a commissioner very, very serious. And I got to make sure I'm doing something very right when I do a decision. If I don't understand something, I'm not afraid to sit and stop this whole thing, get me to understand, because I vote for you guys, and I take my vote very serious. That's why you might see me get a little emotional on it, because it's hard. It's not that easy to being a commissioner. And on top of all that, I said, I get emotion even on my votes. That's why Miss Mayor will tell me I can't speak. That bothers me a lot because I want to explain my vote. I think you should have a reason why. That's my point of view. I enjoy being a commissioner, but I'm very serious on it. That's why you'll see me be more emotional, even to make a little vote. Today was very hard for me. Man, you ought to see my little brain that was going back and forth, a little angel here and a little devil here. Do it, don't do it, do it, do it. So, but I have to do what's right, what you guys voted me in to do. So I appreciate our commission. I appreciate being here. And it's one that makes you know when I get emotional up here, it comes from the heart. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg, we'll make you go now.
Woody Seat Freeway, still progressing. There was a scraper out there today with a laser on it, getting ready for the east-west road on Avenue A. I don't know how soon the asphalt will be laid, but I know they're getting it to grade and probably going to work backwards from that. Am I probably right on that? We're getting, okay.
We'll have a, next council meeting, we'll have an update.
Okay, perfect. Next question, we talked a little bit about zoning and using commercial buildings for storage, specifically downtown storefront buildings. I think we need to look at that a little bit harder and determine, there's just a whole lot of buildings downtown that make me nervous because they're being used for storage. They're packed full of stuff. It's not, I mean, and now it's against code. I don't know when that code changed or when you can be grandfathered in. And this really doesn't have anything to do with the Gumbel situation. This has to do with the other 10 properties I can think of right now. So if we could look into that and maybe, you know, it's a concern for me, and it has been. Also, the homelessness issue, specifically in Avenue A Park, we still are struggling with that. There's people using fences as laundry, drying their laundry out. I've taken numerous pictures of messes, and I don't know what we need to do. I would commend South Hutch for them taking a stand and putting a camping ordinance in effect. I don't know if that's what we need here. And I know that it's a very complicated problem all throughout the United States. We can't just look away. We have to keep trying. And I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means, but it's very frustrating when I hear almost daily from business owners around down there that, hey, come look at this. Well, I've already seen it because I go by there 10 times a day. So anyway, that's my rant. I do appreciate the good job staff does. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the street department. So anyway, that's all I have.
Mr. Maggard?
I don't have a whole lot. I did go out to the races when they had the Silver Crown, and great crowd showed up for that, and it was some really good racing. It was I'm not a big, I don't watch a lot of races, but when they were running that, and I saw a car go over the end, which the guy came out, he was unharmed, but it's amazing how fast those guys go in short distance. So I think that's a great event for our community, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger every time I go out there. So I want to commend them on that. And then the Farmington Park area, I've had some people reach out about the speeds going through there. I don't know if we need to do some traffic study back in that area to see. I know right there by, it'd be Genesis, up that street, they say there's excessive speed going on and all of that. So I don't know. I think we need to look at that area and see what we've got going on there. I've had 2 or 3 reach out about that as well, so, other than that, that's all I have.
We should probably put some roundabouts in there.
No, I think more stop signs.
Yeah, we got plenty of those. Thanks everybody for their time today. The sports arena seats are finished and they look really, really good. And they function as predicted. I got to see those in action over the past couple weeks. Greg, your remarks about code changes, that's something that I know you and I have talked about offline, and extending that downtown, and John, we've talked about it a couple years back, extending that downtown piece either direction, kind of making it have more teeth to it. There are always options that we can do. We got an email from the League of Kansas Municipalities within the past couple of weeks that essentially says code enforcement on blighted properties is one of the most powerful tools that cities have when it comes to keeping people out of buildings, reducing police department calls, keeping vagrants out of buildings, and keeping unwanted people with bad intentions from coming into the community to seek services and whatnot, so or to seek shelter. So I think we're on the right path with the work that we've done tonight. And Steve, the reason I say you have to vote is because it is literally in the rules of order. After something has
I'd
been
have to check on that. I was union president of the state. I know rules of order, but that's okay.
It's called call the question. After there is a second, a motion and a second, it goes to a vote immediately without discussion.
That's fine.
Mr. Villegas?
At this point, I would invite Cecil up just to share a discussion that we had, Cecil and I, with the tech leadership with respect to the traffic signals. As some context, I don't know who all has been getting the letters, but Cecil and I know the mayor, the stack is probably that thick. So they did share with us kind of like where that came from and like their approach to it. It was just as a cast out, it was a generic letter that was sent to all of their clients and their family members asking, hey, would you support this? So whether or not they actually use the signal is a different story altogether, but that was at least how that came about. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cecil.
Yeah, so good evening again, council. I'll try to keep it quick. It's been a long night. Yeah, we had a really good meeting with them, had to sit down with their board and had a good conversation, fielded a lot of their questions. They definitely had some concerns about some of their residents crossing that one intersection. Re-explained to them the rationale we came to with the traffic study and all that, and it made sense to them. They understood. Part of their issue was just some of the residents getting them to change their normal routine would be a little more difficult, but they understood the why we did it and the rationale behind it. We also explained to them that part of this process, we're actually going to be looking at the intersection of A and Main, doing a better job at detection. And with some of the new camera systems we have, the detection can actually pick up pedestrians. So one of the camera systems we're going to be looking at in that area in the future would pick up detection for pedestrians crossing. They wouldn't have to hit a push button. It would actually see them come up. And it's a learning program. It can adjust its timing a little bit to extend that time briefly for if a pedestrian is still in the crosswalk. So their concern, that really helped alleviate their concern to understand, yeah, it's an extra, half a block out of their way to walk, but it would actually be a safer intersection than even just the push button at the existing intersections, because those would be a set standard time by an engineer, and it's based off of the mean. They would take what the standard time it takes for a person, potentially in a wheelchair or something to get across. this new system can actually add a little time to that without, when they're not there, it doesn't slow traffic down. So, they were very happy with that decision, and they assured us that, yes, even though that they had already sent us letters to all of their family and friends to send out, that they wouldn't be pursuing it farther, but we still may get some letters for a little while because they had already given it to the people to send out. So just wanted to touch base on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions from council?
I've not gotten one letter. No question, just a statement.
It's just the camera system that sits in the middle of the street.
Yeah, so it
Like
would be
you
one of the
gotta
teardrop systems. It would actually be, for the pedestrian, it would take 2 cameras
Yeah.
just to coordinate, but yeah.
That's called passage time, by the way, when
Yeah.
they add system to that.
Yep.
It adds the passage time for the walk going across.
Yep.
Okay.
Are we having an executive session? Thank you.
No.
Okay. I move to adjourn.
I second that.
Richardson?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Bast?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.